Hello. Alrighty. Alrighty. But yeah, welcome everybody. Welcome. Had a bit of a rough weekend. Not good nights of sleep. Not good nights of sleep at all. Very much tossing, turning, waking up all the time. It very much sucked. But we're also getting where it's getting warmer, and I hate the summers. I hate the warm weather. I much prefer the cold. Yeah. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome. We, let's see. How many pages did I get done? Oh, 10 pages. Nice. Yeah. So we are 10 pages more done into chapter 19. We're coming up to the end of chapter 19. Yep. Yeah, I've seen it. We talked about the rework already. I'm not okay. The new model looks both better and worse at the same time. It doesn't look like a werewolf. It looks like a hyena. I don't like it. The mane of hair, the facial structure, the ears, it doesn't look like a wolf at all. It bugs the shit out of me actually. But the actual rest of the body structure and everything, it looks really good. The tail looks good. But again, that head and the ears, the mane and everything, and there's just way too much skin showing. Right? Like I get little bits and pieces here, but it's just like he looks like he has a mohawk. He just ugh. It just does not look good. It does not look good in the slightest. So I don't know if that can be fixed. Apparently, a bunch of people are complaining about the fact it looks like a hyena and not a wolf. So hopefully that gets fixed. Oh, thanks, Mishma. Oh, I will never get it. I'm gonna let you know that right up the bat, because YouTube will wait until you meet certain thresholds. So I will never see that money. Anyways, yeah, no, I am not a fan of the facial structure or anything of it. And again, we've shown it on stream before. I've shown what it looks like. It's in games. I posted it in games at some point. Yeah, very much not a fan of the facial structure and everything. The rest of it looks good. It's a huge improvement, but that face, oh my god. I'll show the both of them here. No, incorrect. Nope. I do not get a payout. It's the same exact thing. I have to meet a threshold. I don't get paid a dime or a penny until we meet the threshold. Again, if you want to actually give money and it'll actually get to me, you use the link in the description. Otherwise, we have to wait till we hit the threshold. Rumble pays out much easier. Its threshold is much lower. Now, here we go. See? I said, overall, huge improvement. But this hyena face, does not look like a wolf at all. I don't know why they crook the ears like this. Again, it looks like a hyena and everything. No, but maybe I should set one up. Maybe I should set up a coffee. Yeah, again, I don't like the amount of just skin that's here. And this stuff just looks tacked on, you know? But it's the head. The head is not good. No. The head is not good at all. Hopefully, that gets fixed. Because, again, this does not look like a wolf. Not in the slightest. This looks much more like a wolf. And a lot of it is because of the puffy cheeks. Oh my god. Welcome to the Throat Demon Show, chat. Apparently the Throat Demons are trying to kill me. Hold on. Ugh, gross. Okay. Yeah, like I said, I think the model looks, overall the model looks much better. I do actually think the model looks a lot better, but again, the head is no good. No good at all. So, fingers crossed. Hopefully, they will actually change the head and everything. But other rumors are that this new model will actually have more customization that you can do to it as well. So, that's nice. Okay. So, anyways, now to what? Now going to the book. Den of the Arctic Wolf is now 258 pages long. We're rounding out chapter 19, and then chapter 20 is the end of the battle. So you had chapter 17, which was the initial start. Chapter 18, which is the battle escalating. Chapter 19 is where, things are turning. And then chapter 20 is when the battle will come to an end. 21 is the post-battle, and then 22 is a very small, after everything's all said and done sort of thing, like a month or two afterwards. Actually, I might said it only a couple weeks afterwards. Okay. So, chapter 19, Hellfire. Eric held firmly to Hilda's back as she ran behind the others. The heat radiating off the Wolverine felt like resting near a fire. The group was making quick work, slashing through the undead they found, and even rescuing a few townspeople, who were far more worried they were going to be eaten than before the wolves showed up. There was no time to put them at ease. Instead, they simply cleared the walking corpses and skeletons and kept moving. The townspeople would either get it together and get to safety, or not. They couldn't wait around to find out. From one street to the next they moved, clearing out any undead on the southeastern side so that they could focus their efforts on the demon approaching. Said demon was confidently walking straight towards the town, its pace neither increasing nor faltering, as if it was confidently assured of its supremacy. Oh. Maybe get rid of that second, confidently, completely assured of its supremacy. As the Wolverine got closer to the outskirts, they maneuvered to keep at least some sightline cover between themselves and the demon. This did, however, allow them to peek at some of the things with it, which looked to be husks, who were the hellish representation of souls. These horrific abominations looked as if a corpse had been drained of all its fluids, eyes long gone, skin pulled up to expose teeth that acted like jagged fingers that moved. All the while, its actual skin flaked away and sizzled like it was being cooked. The atrocious exterior of the twig-like things matched the ferocity of their killing drive, and were often used the endless waves of cannon fodder by the shifting hells. How they were brought into this mundane world was beyond the Wolverine here, but they were a threat that needed to be dealt with regardless. Alright. Is there any sort of traps or something we could set up when he gets here into the houses? The brown and gray wolf asked, even keeping her voice hushed despite the distance between their position and the demon. Afraid not. First thing I'm going to do is learn some. The black wolf with red eyes sighed and scratched at his cheek. This got the tallest of them, a white wolf with a dark gray fur crown down his back that faded out quickly, to speak up. Nothing for it, then. We'll wait until it gets past the first houses on the outskirts and then engage it. He then turned his head, his green eyes looking back at the brown and gray werewolf and the man still holding on to her back. It was then his vocalizations changed to speak in Rosarian for his sake. I want you two to hang back here. Find a good angle for Eric to hit the demon with the salt. Hilda gave a thumbs up, the motion looking all the more odd coming from the big werewolf, while Eric just gave an auditory acknowledgement. It is when the black and gray sheriff stepped over close and nodded out towards the street. Should me and Richard post up on the either side of the road? Alex didn't respond, but gave a nod of his head. While Richard remained with them on the left side, John moved over to the right, just as a precaution. Both then advanced the house forward and turned their focus outwards, trusting that the rest of the group would maintain visual down the road. Johannes, I'll be right beside you the entire time. Do not fear. Alex extended a clawed hand out and patted the young black wolf on the back, who simply nodded his head a few times. The tension of waiting was playing havoc on all of them. Even Alex, who couldn't stop his foot tapping as he awaited the coming confrontation. For what seemed an hour, though in truth was just a handful of minutes, they waited as the demon... Excuse me. I'll tell you what, these throat demons are driving me nuts. Hold on. Ugh. They're really bad today. I don't know why either. For what seemed an hour, though in truth was just a handful of minutes, they waited until the demonic thing and its collection of minions. I don't know why I ended it. Minions had entered the roadway. Steadily the massive beast, which towered over the husks, stepped down the road with a hiss as its footsteps melted the asphalt immediately on contact. Around it scurried at least 20 husks and an abominable thing made of a naked woman and a little boy with a stag's skull for a head. The massive monstrosity of a demon, now fully exposed in the light, looked to be about 11.5 feet tall. Looked to be an 11.5 foot tall mammoth whose fur was made of barbed needles and arms that extended down past its knees. The horrific thing raised its arms out to either side as it took in a deep breath. The trunk of its long nose shivered as it scented something. Drool began to drip from its mouth, filled with razor-sharp teeth that sat in jagged alignment in multiple rows. A hideous laugh soon escaped, flinging the drool about, which blistered the road as if an acid, popping and bubbling as it seeped the bitumen out and boiled it. All of it mine. Its voice was a terrible cacophony of sounds, like scraping nails across slate boards, while something deep within screamed and gurgled a last desperate breath. The sound genuinely made the werewolves all wince from its words for a moment, registering just how unpleasant it was. Even Eric, who could not understand the words, covered his ears for a moment and groaned. Before the demon could utter another phrase, Alex gave a howl and signaled them to all move into the road and confront the monstrosity. The demon's smile turned to a frown as its eyes, those blistered and blasted rocks that seemed to pulse with flame in the cracks, glared at the wolves. Suddenly the cracks in its eyes fused together and a slitted pupil formed of flame in the centers, and a deep guttural growl radiated from its chest. Its next words were not in its abyssal tongue, but stated to ensure it could be heard. Ah, the treacherous little mongrels.
playing the good little pets of the hypocrite. You could have so much more. It seems you all enjoy feasting on the scraps that wrath drops for you.
Alex stepped forward, the axe of moonlight forming in his hands before he then pointed it at the demon. Demons only learned to speak our words so they could use us. Johannes stepped forward and lowered his stance, indicating his readiness to charge. Richard and John stepped out from their hiding place on either flank with their swords of judgment ready. Hilda had the twin daggers of the new moon, and Eric was already ready with a tissue. Of salt in his slingshot.
Hope you are ready for your trip back to the Hells.
Ogunthos laughed and offered that twisted smile as he extended one hand forward, and those unsettling fingers cracked. It was as if a command had been issued as the husks began to surge forward. Yet that was not all, as Alex noted carefully the disposition and figure of the demon. He seemed to be getting taller, while at the same time more gaunt, as additional husks began popping and bubbling out of the roadway itself. These new additions, however, did not join the rush towards the wolves, and instead dispersed to charge into the houses with exceptional force.
Such pitiful little mutts. So much more awaits you. You just have to reach out and take it.
The words radiated and pulsed in their ears, though the majority cast them aside. The minority, however, made up of the poor Damari that felt the pangs of loss when discarding anything of his own, started to tense up. Fix that real quick. Richard held at his head and cried out as the words kept repeating themselves in his mind, all while Ogunthos laughed and eyes focused squarely on him.
They keep taking from you. Keep taking what is yours. Why do they get to keep things and you are forbidden it? Could it not be the
demon suddenly gagged as Eric's shot struck true, driving past the trunk of the infernal mammoth and splitting open to discharge the sanctified salt into its mouth. Immediately there was a retching sound as the demon grabbed his throat. Thick viscous ichor made of coagulated blood and pus fell from those jaws, wrenched open wide as even some of the terrible teeth cracked and popped.
Holy shit!
Eric's exclamation was no exaggeration as the overwhelmingly potent side effect of that salt struck home. He had to shake himself out of the daze of just how successful that strike had been and started to go through his pockets for the next. At the same time, the wave of husks slammed into the front line of the werewolves, with Johannes slashing at the first two to confront him. Alex worked the axe around in a smooth arc to take clean a few heads off the others. John was doing much the same, though he was more sluggish than he would have liked to be, and took a few raking strikes along his arms and side. Richard was trying desperately to shake the words free of his head, and thus was only able to put up token resistance to the slashing claws dragging at him. This was before the White Wolf realized they had lost sight of the terrible abomination, yet Hilda was quick to respond. The terrible atrocity made of a naked woman, stag's head, man's arms, and little boy's head had attempted to skewer Eric, only to be thwarted by the daggers in his wife's furred hands. Yet the daggers could not strike cleanly back, and the force from the creature's swipe had actually staggered the Speya backwards. Thus the second target for a bundle of salt was decided, as Eric hit the Misery Mother squarely in the face. The skeletal stag head did not respond, but sizzled and crackled as the salt started to burn through the abyssal-infused bone. What did make its presence known was the little boy's head, whose eyes remained covered as it cried out and shrieked in agony, sobbing and coughing in a fit of pure suffering. To say such an outburst was off-putting would be putting it mildly, as this entity of betrayal darted back away and slipped inside one of the houses for cover. The second terrible thing of note, as Johannes took a couple slashes from some husks, as did Alex, was the wounds were not healing quickly. It didn't negate the healing entirely, but it was clear these injuries were lingering far longer than was normal for the Wolverine. They could only imagine what would happen if they were to lose a limb. Well, imagine no longer, as Johannes cleaved through a pair of husks, while another slashed at his hand, taking off one finger entirely and part of another as he yelped. This caused him to baby his right hand and made him an easier target to be slashed at. Finally, Ogunthos managed to expel the salt from his body through exceptional effort and pain. His target of persuasion had managed to regain his composure and was fighting, though seriously bleeding from slash wounds he had already received. The demon started to step off towards cover, but his focus was snapped back around as the husks that were ordered inside the houses came rushing out. In their gnarled grasps were coins, money, jewelry, anything that was deemed of value, and thus secured for their host. They rushed over to the demon and began dumping their treasures before him, much to the demon's delight as it began to use its trunk to consume some of it. The fight behind the front line was going rough, but David managed to push forward and use his healing gifts to regrow the fingers Johannes was missing. Behind the Guthi, the Misery Mother struck again, this time throwing a recliner it had snatched at Eric as it charged back out of the house it disappeared into. Eric ducked just... Bleh. I swear, all this mucus, good lord. Eric ducked to the side and was safeguarded by his wife, who smashed her clawed hands into it, thus spoiling its flight path. Yet this left her exposed, as the monstrous demonic entity lunged and managed to gouge a solid chunk of her right breast and some of her throat with its metallic claws. Spinning on his heel, Eric launched another salt bundle at the creature, who once again was hit, this time in the chest. The shriek that came from the boy's head made the grown man wince, and the abominable beast, still sporting a terrible burn scar on the stag's head, retreated fully from him. Another salt bundle was prepped, but his eyes caught sight of his wife, now falling to her knees as she grabbed at her throat and gagged. Realizing that she wasn't getting up right away, he started to move towards her, and then suddenly doubled over and retched as the panic flooded his system. Fortunately for Hilda, the Guthi David spun to check who most needed his aid, and saw her desperately trying to stem the gushing blood and rupture of her windpipe. He also saw that Eric was currently doubled over on the ground and feared the worst. Thus he dashed over to the Speya, whose wide eyes looked at him in desperation. The demonic attack's slowing of their incredible healing was bad enough on higher moons, but for Hilda, it was near a death sentence. As she was wrestling with losing consciousness. Damn it, I shouldn't have read that. I turned over and saw what Threadnought said. But for Hilda, it was near a death sentence, as she was wrestling with losing consciousness. Fortunately, as David channeled the spirit energies into himself and through his hands, he got to her side and began to mend the lacerations. Immediately she took in a deep lungful of air, which had a rebound effect and gave her the sensation of a dopamine high. A cough soon followed, and she spit up some of the blood that had been draining into her throat, while her hand held firmly to David's arm for support. Her breathing slowly steadying out and normalizing as she looked into his red eyes. By the spirits, am I glad we had a Guthi stick around to help. Before David could answer, though, the scream from Eric turned both their heads. They watched as the man began to thrash around on the grass and was grabbing at his shirt and coat, pulling at them hard as his fingers began to break and some of his skin bubbled. I'm going to have to leave the domestic to you. If the others get injured by the demons, they'll suffer as you had. Have fun, Ken. David's words were delivered in a rapid retreat as he needed to make distance. He had to alert the others still fighting that their friend had just slipped over the edge, and another wrecker, just as his son, chose a wonderful time to reveal themselves. He also needed to ensure that he was of use if any others suffered such an injury. Alex himself pushed harder, doing everything he could to back up Johannes, and even moved to the left side to ease the burden on Richard. The Damari was looking very battered and bloody, thus he needed a break from the onslaught, and to hopefully get the Goothy to check on him. It was only as Alex cast a look at the demon, he saw it engorging itself on a few pieces of jewelry, which disappeared up its snout and seemed to add girth and some height to the demon overall. He quickly put the pieces together and channeled his gift to cry out as loudly as he could in the high tongue. "It is a thing of greed. The demon we face is one of avarice." He was unsure if this knowledge would help any of the others with a plan, but such knowledge could not be hoarded in desperate times. This is when he also started to move towards the demon itself, following in Johannes' movements as he pushed against the surging line of husks. Now that much closer, they could see additional husks running off into houses to strip them of valuables. Engaging this thing near the town may well have been a bad idea, but there was something strange. A few of the husks that had been attacking Richard were now breaking away to go into another home. Let's do an odd notion instead of a strange notion, because we just did something strange before. An odd notion came to him, and the next husk Alex faced, he turned and kicked it back towards the middle of their battle line and observed it. Rather than taking advantage of its new position, it spun on its heel and darted into another home nearby. The demon's greed was more important than defeating the threat before it. "Everyone, I have a plan. Let the husks loot the houses. Push in to attack the demon directly." He had no time to wait and see if his instructions were acknowledged, and instead he charged forward alongside Johannes. If he could press the demon, he could force it to make a choice it seemed incapable of refusing. The bunker was a constant chaotic thing, with the mortars used conservatively for lack of munitions, and the small cadence of heavy machine gun fire to accent it. The wave of undead horrors had made it to the outskirts of town far slower than was expected, as the mortar rounds had shifted and churned the ground, making movement unstable. Only the initial blast and dissipating concussive force did any true damage, but such was the resilience of death, and thus shrapnel had little luck in dealing with the horde. Inside the bunker was a chaos of another matter, as the two doctors and those who had some basic first aid knowledge were tending to those that were attacked by the vanguard. Harkus was trying his best to wrap his head around everything, especially the damnable snake that wouldn't leave him alone. It seemed to enjoy his misery, as it was making his breathing become labored, and he started to sweat. There was also that odd woman Victoria following him, somewhat like a lost puppy, as she... There we go. Lost puppy as she wandered after, checking the entire area. She was behind him. Behind. It was that knowledge that made him suddenly tense up and grab at his head, his breathing becoming even more aggravated, as a strange sensation of lightness came over him. It was then that his skin suddenly felt clammy, and his lips felt numb, all as the color seemed to drain from his fingertips, and he started to stagger. This is when Victoria spoke up, but her voice was muddled as if she were speaking from a great distance. "Harkus, are you okay?" As she came around the dwarf, and there was nothing behind him any more, it was like a great pressure was lifted off his chest, and he gasped. This signaled her to reach out and grab his arm, before the dwarf could fall over, and his eyes began to focus once again. "Mr. Ironforge?" "Let go me, lass!" He snapped back and forced himself away, But as he was turning to face... Oh. Let's see, force himself back. But as he was turning to face away from her, he suddenly started to tense up again. It was only when she was beside him or in front that he felt the pressure ease off. What the hell is happening to me? Do you suddenly feel uneasy and terrified about something? Harkus thought over her words and searched through his feelings and sensations. It was fear. It was an intense and palpable terror that had sent him into a panic attack. Why was he suddenly so afraid? Thus he looked at her and nodded his head. Ah, yeah, apparently that is part of our spiritification thing. For me, I can't stand to be alone anymore. At first it was an unsettling feeling, and now it's devolved in now it's devolved into a full-blown terror at the idea of being by myself. And I used to enjoy my time alone. I don't know why, but when you were behind me, I just... His words trailed off as his mind started painting a grim horror of an idea. The thing that he turned from was death, and he waited for it. His body knew it was coming, and it cried out in agony as the bullet hit his back. The sharp pain rushing throughout, and the desperate fleeting gasps for breath. He dreaded what was behind him, dreaded waiting for that moment of pain, dreaded the idea that it was waiting for him to turn away. Oh, feck. I understand it nae less. You were behind me, and I started thinking on when that bastard prick shot me in the back as I fled. Ah, that explains it then. I remember the car and being alone in the snow and cold, slowly starving to death, desperately wanting to move and escape, but with no energy in me to do anything. I wanted so badly for even one other person to be there. Victoria then stepped closer to the dwarf and extended a hand out in front of him. If you like, I can offer to watch your back, if you don't mind me keeping you company. Harkus tensed up, and then carefully extended a hand out to accept her own. This moment of contact was the first time he felt deep within him that he had made the right choice in the past few days. She gave his hand a squeeze and then helped him stand upright, all while he looked about himself for anything lurking behind. The snake was still around, but it was now squarely in front of the dwarf and looking between the two. Lass, I want to be useful in this fight. I won't go to the grave knowing I hid like a coward. I am also loath to admit to me own faults, but... Harkus paused for a time, as he looked at the snake that now looked at him and offered a smile, as his tongue flicked from its mouth. Maybe, just maybe, y'all ain't so bad. Don't think of me as an expert on anything, Master Dwarf, or Mr. Dwarf, or Master Dwarf, I suppose. I'm rather new to all this myself. It has been a roller coaster ride of discovery and hardships. As for your first request, shall we go to the roof? The dwarf blinked a few times and looked back into the main lobby of the bunker. Are ye sure, lass? It'd be dangerous up there, ye know. She simply gave a firm nod of her head. There's a lot of danger in life, but if we can do anything to help out, we should. Trust me when I say the danger faced up on that rooftop would be just another I have faced in these last few days. Those words made him give a soft huff and a laugh before smirking. I guess that makes two of us. He then offered a bow of his head and slowly turned, Victoria now doing her best to keep to his side. Before he could speak up, she looked down at him. Don't worry. No matter what comes up behind you, I got your back. Garrix let out a grunt as he carefully stemmed the bleeding in his arm, just before he clapped his hands together and sent a blade of air to cleave the shambling horror to his side in twain. The most frustrating part was the damnable warlock, who was once again carving a pattern in the very air itself with the blood-soaked dagger from her own self-inflicted wound. The first time it caught him off guard, as the dagger seemed to cut into the very air itself before a lance of blood struck forth. This is when he learned a hard lesson and didn't repeat the same mistake. As Cassandra finished carving the markings in the air, the lance of blood darted out once more, twisting and turning before it spiraled towards her target. Garrix remained calm and instead began to snap his fingers, firing off darts of ice at a few more of the mix-and-match monstrosities that the warlock brought with her. It was only as the blood lance was about to strike that he suddenly raised a hand and the shield formed, small and concentrated to totally catch and disperse it. The first time he saw it, he had raised his shielding spell early, and the lance had changed directions and slipped around the side of it. Fortunately, he had been moving at the time, and so it only pierced his arm. Cassandra was livid that the mage had already figured out how to best one of her new spells. On top of that, he was handily dealing with her abominations, spending time weaving through his own spells while thwarting hers, and this could not stand. None of the spells he was using were particularly flashy, nor all that advanced, but he did them as easily as breathing. Even things like the shield spell, which required understanding the spheres or branches of construct and sky, wasn't all that difficult. But seeing him instantly raise his shield with just a movement of his hand was like being casually dismissed. The location of his hand did not affect the location of the finished shield spell either. Another volley of ice darts came in, and Cassandra worked through the words. Oh boy, time for some more Draconic. Shadak Marine Ogpain. Ugh, that one's hard to say. Pain. As her free hand came up, extending the middle, pointer, and thumb, as she curled the other two in completely. From here she turned the middle finger halfway, and then turned her hand as if using a doorknob to form the circular shield itself, which shimmered into existence. The ice darts embedded themselves into the condensed air, but this was the key difference between the two of them, for she required these steps every time she wished to raise her own defenses. It was time to go on a more extreme offensive, so that the scaled spellslinger could only focus on defense. At least so she thought, before she noticed the darts did not dissipate, and instead the Draconic raised his right hand and snapped his fingers once more. The darts already embedded in her shield and some of her abominations suddenly pulsated as they drew in moisture, and then explosively expanded spikes of ice in all directions like a sea urchin. The sudden action made her flinch back, and the shield she had formed fizzled out, but she was not staggered for long and started to move to her right. This decision protected her, for as the Draconic was lowering his right hand, he curled his middle finger and caught it with the thumb and flicked hard. A stone the size of her eye was suddenly shot like a bullet right where she had been standing. Its accuracy was slightly off and would not have hit her head, but now blossomed her left shoulder in gore. Cassandra wanted to cry out in agony and started to put her mind immediately but her mind immediately grasped onto the techniques the demon had shown her. Thus she stabbed the dagger into her left hand, and instantly the wound began to stitch itself closed, though she could not see that the flesh did not look like skin anymore. The inescapable fact was that the mage she was fighting was far more talented than she was. Yet another condemnation against this blight of a town, and more reason for her to raze this pathetic backwater to the ground. Fortunately for her, though, The demon Ogunthos had given many tricks in accordance with the new strength she now had coursing through her body. Quickly she drove the dagger back into her stomach, drawing out the intestinal blood once more, as the wound sealed up before she began carving the next etching in the air. Garrix watched her actions and had to weigh the continued threat of a few more horrific monstrosities that were attempting to slash at him. He needed to get them out of the way quickly before dealing with the warlock, and thus channeled the simple spell of fire in his hand. As a slavering thing with a sharpened bone for a spear attempted to gouge him, he struck back. His hand touched against the creature, and he flooded the beast with flame, which soon burst out from between the exposed muscle fibers and torched it. As he turned back towards Cassandra, his eyes beheld the fire like he had never seen before. The flame which the warlock unleashed bubbled and boiled as if liquid lava, yet he could hear the terrible screams in it. There was little time to respond, but as one who drilled in the basic fundamentals for so long and hard, he knew the ultimate secret. Creativity in the rules is what mattered most, and thus he changed the shield spell on the fly to use water and construct instead of sky. The steam explosion that followed cast him back hard, but it also ensured the hellfire wouldn't reach him. Yet before his feet could touch the ground, the warlock was on another spell and channeled the winds, launching the Drakine towards a building and through a door. The impact jarred his body, and though the door gave way and broke inwards, it had been solid enough for long enough to break a few bones and dislocate his arm. Cassandra's smirk was filled with all the murderous desire she could muster, but she had not forgotten her main target. Quickly she channeled the shield just in time to catch a few stray rounds fired from the bunker's roof, now that the Drakine was not in danger of being hit. As she held the shield firm against the bullets, she started to draw the sigil for the hellfire once more and was prepared to cast it at those miserable. "Get to me now!" The words seared into her mind, and she jerked hard, instantly turning away from her spell work and sprinting off towards an alleyway. There was no choice, no decision for her to make, and her mind screamed at this betrayal of her autonomy. Nothing she commanded in her worked. Her body moved as if it was not her own, and each time she tried to course correct or even accomplish her goal, she felt a spike of pain deep within herself. Her outrage was exceptional, and yet deep within her something else was festering as the desire for more kept pulsating. She could have more power, more minions, more vengeance against the damned dwarves. All of it could be hers and should be hers. Avarice was a sweet succor to her very soul. Hilda raised her hands up to try and seem less threatening as she watched her husband's body shifting and the screams of his pain. She knew it was a fool's hope to calm a newly awakened, for the sin of wrath was going to drive him to attack wildly, but even so she wanted to help the man she loved. The power of the change cast out the shock wave that burnt out nearby lights and scrambled electrical signals. A small gift in an age of electronic recording. Every cracking bone brought a visible wince from her, a shared memory of the pain of the first shift, but soon enough the change was over and the wrecker rose to his feet. His clothing had been torn to shreds, with much of the salt having been scattered or trampled in his writhing and flailing, with only a few scraps of cloth covering his immense frame. Ugh. His fur coat was a multicolored pattern resembling the Rosentian timber wolf, with a dark crown and mask of gray that changed to a brown, then finally to a cream color on the extremities and underside. His gray eyes were darting back and forth, looking for his first target, until they came to stare directly at Hilda. "You stupid bitch. You never listen. Oh, so much better because of what you are." The words were dripping in malice, and a deep rumbling growl accented them as he started to move towards her. Hilda knew the words were the rage speaking, but this was a double-edged sword, because they were the kernels of truth twisted and blown out of proportion. She didn't bother to throw words back at him, and instead turned and fled. This infuriated the newly risen wrecker, who charged after her, eyes blazing with hatred as he tried to catch her. For her part, Hilda dashed towards a nearby house and swiftly kicked down the door, slipping inside to make use of the shadows. Unexpectedly, though, her husband was far faster than she had thought, and his outstretched hand nearly grasped her arm, the claws raking against her hide instead before she leapt forward. She could not help herself but turn to look as his grab was foiled, and he moved to cut her off, knocking into a chair that stumbled him a little. It was a brief moment of reprieve from the chase, as his fury now focused on said chair, and he started smashing and pulling it into pieces, for it dared to get in his way. Across the living room the Spaya raced, using this to her advantage as she knocked more furniture into his way. Into his path, and slowing his pursuit further. At least at first. When she kicked another recliner towards him, the wrecker had the expected response of picking it up. Yet instead of shredding it, his muscles bulged out and he launched it at her. The impact of the recliner jarred her head and rattled her senses as she was thrown from her feet and tumbled into a few dining chairs and table. The breaking of the wood matched the sound of her arm that had flailed out and come between her body and the furniture she sailed into. She had to clear her head quickly and tried to get to her feet, just in time for Eric to draw a standing lamp across her face, knocking her airborne once more and against the countertop of the kitchen peninsula. Fortunately for her, she tumbled over the top and rolled into the kitchen itself, which delayed Eric's continued fury as he started smashing the counter and clearing the way. The benefits of rage were its inexhaustible fuel that sent all aspects of the Wolverine into overdrive. Thus their awakening was a chaotic and violent thing. The major downside and reprieve for those on the receiving end was that such wrath was a singular, focused, and blind thing. Eric could have walked around the counter and entered the kitchen with haste, but his focus was so set upon her that he wasted time and effort going through obstacles. This allowed Hilda to recover her senses enough, bones stitching back together and wounds across her face closing as she took the advantage. The kitchen was dark with plenty of shadows, and thus the Spaya slipped into them, much to the wrecker's extreme annoyance. He was not left alone for long, for Hilda knew that the quickest way to get someone out of the initial explosion of rage was to damage them and have the time-limited fury waste itself on repairs. Even so, the terrible and grim thought crossed her mind about what a rage smiler would actually be like. But such speculations were not needed, for Meraxus smote all that formed. Better instead to cast that thought away and focus on the task at hand, as she dove from the shadows with the twin daggers and took them to her husband's legs. The tendons on the heel of his feet, the back of his knees, anything to force repairs and slow him down. She still had to be cautious because in his rage, pain was not a hindrance. Thus, as she started cutting, he spun and swung out hard, nearly catching her in the head. She had to be precise and focused, drawing out the wild strikes and ducking away when needed, before slipping into the shadows to continue. Confidence, though, was an insidious thing, and when she tried to come up behind him for the third time, he had already spun and grabbed her arm as he dragged the rest of her up and out of the shadows. His snarling growl made her shiver, and she braced herself for the beating she knew was to come. Using her like a club, he slammed her across the fridge, wrenching it out of place and knocking it over as she yelped in pain. Yet the vice-like grip on her arm did not loosen, and he then slammed her across the wall and floor, bones breaking as she gasped, praying to the divine dragon that her healing would keep up. Fortunately, as he pulverized her wrist from the grip strength, it loosened his ability to maintain the hold, and she slipped free, spinning back out into the dining room and tumbling end over end into the living room. Her body was trying its best to stitch her back together, enough so she could at least move as the wrecker growled and called out loudly, his thundering steps drawing him closer and closer to her as his hands reached out to grab and throttle her. Before he could fully reach, she rolled away from him and called upon the daggers once more, this time driving one into his knee, which caused him to buckle. He then turned his head and let out a snarling howl before the second dagger was driven into his eye with all the force she could muster. Alright, and that's what we're up to now. That is what we are up to for Chapter 19. And we're coming to a close, because Chapter 19 is going to end off once Eric finally kind of like shakes off the awakening rage. Oofta. Okay, now let me get the rest of the stuff ready. Yeah. What do you guys think? Whoops. I need to get to Zootopia so we can talk about it, and we'll show bits and pieces of it. Okay, look, I know there's technically 3 different versions of Zootopia. Fuck off. Let me get the actual one. More versions available. Thank you. Ooh. Action. Yep. Yeah, there's 3 versions. I don't know what the difference between 2 of them. There's Zootopia, which I don't own. There's Zootopia, which I do own. And then there's Zootopia with bonus features, which I don't own. There's 3 versions, and I don't know why. You know what? Do they give you an indication of what's different? No. They don't tell you what's different. What's different about this version of Zootopia and the other version? I got no idea. I got no idea. I'm just here. Yeah, these 3 chapters are definitely going to be a lot more action packed. For obvious reason. Oh, tons of people. Remember, it was hugely popular. Like, unfortunately so. We're talking like it's a 4.8 out of 5 on Amazon, an 8 out of 10 on IMDb, tons of awards. Like, oh god. Yeah. Gotta let it get started a little bit. So, what can we say? Yeah, they made a sequel for a reason. Oh yeah. So what can we say about Zootopia itself, actually? Like unironically, what can we say about Zootopia itself? It looks pretty, but that is the double-edged sword of what Zootopia is. It is all style and no substance, right? Like, the entirety of the movie, its premises, its creation, it's pure style and no substance. Like, things don't happen for, like, logical reasons or anything like that. They happen because, they just work out for Judy just because. They don't think about the ramifications of how the world actually works. None of it makes any sense. It's brutal. Like, it is a dire thing. All right, I've got up on the side because I want to show some aspects of it. So first and foremost, we get into this whole idea of predators versus prey, right? Hang on. Actually, hang on. Can I do... Hang on. There might be... I need to see if I can do something here. Hold up. Let's, I'm going to get it to any scene. Okay. Any scene here. I'm going to see if we can, like... I'm trying to find something I can put over it, kind of like to like muffle the sounds of stuff. Yeah. We're gonna try to like cover up things, and I'm gonna undo stuff like that when it's like relevant to what we're talking about. Mm, mm, mm. Hang on, maybe is there like a... Oh wait, I still have this. That you guess. Woo. I don't know why I still have that, but I do. All right, hang on a second. Let's we remove that. That's not needed anymore. Oh, Chad, I'm gonna make a filter. I think I might use this background I have here as like a filter, like a transparency layer or something, you know? So give me a momento. Un momento, por favor. I need to work on things. Yes. Ooh. Or what if we use this as a background? That could be interesting. Ah, ow. Fuck. Oh, I hate sneezes that come out of nowhere. Blech. Sorry, chat. My apologies. Oh my god. Ow. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it very much so. Oh. That hurt quite a lot, in fact. Okay. Hang on a second. So here's what I'm thinking. Okay. So, switch over to the screen. Okay, we're on the correct screen now. Now, I need to add an emoji. See, filter. Okay. Browse. Oh my god. That was a hell of a fucking thing. Huh? Why is it in order but the thing's not there? Hold on. There we go. Okay. Let's use something silly and chaotic. We're doing we're gonna use some stuff from Gary's mod, some of their high quality backgrounds, because there's a lot of busyness and chaos and noise in it, right? Pew! Look at that. That's what we're going to use. Okay. Now, here's my question. Boop. Boop. Where's filter? Where are you? There you are. Beep. Okay. Okay. Now, can we properties? Okay, no. Is there some way to like filters? Eh. Maybe not. Maybe not. No, get rid of that. Yeah, let's try. I feel like there should be a way to like change the opacity on something. No, no, Mishma. I told you what it's from. It's from Gary's mod. These are people make these backgrounds. This is for Gary's mod. It's not AI made. Good lord. So your guess would be wrong. Oh, color correction filter. And then adjust the opacity. Okay. Right. Color correction filter. So filters. Color correction. Okay. And then opacity. Okay. Close. Now, over here. Mute you. No dialogue needed. And now, put you on. Okay. Let me check where it's going to have. All right. So, take you. Oh, no. No. Incorrect. Hold on. Take you. Hold Alt. And then. Okay. Perfect. Perfect. And I'll move up out of the way. Perfect. Okay. So, chat. Let me. Inflicting that on people is a war crime. It's never a war crime the first time. Okay. And then we can just do this when we need to actually show something on the screen proper. Right? Or no, let's I think we need to filter that a little heavier. Hold up. No, not properties. Filter. Now let me jump to like an outdoor scene or something with brightness, right? How's that look? That's fine. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Right. So, again, this is very scuffed and on the, we're we're doing it live for sure. We're doing it live for sure, right? Oh, actually, what other? Hang on. What other one should we use? How about this one? Oh my god. No, let's use. How about you as like a simple, like, thing? This one's pretty simple and straightforward. I think this one might be good to use. The dunk filter. The dunce. Maybe Gateway Station? Hmm. A Citizen Revolt? Hmm. Maybe World of Pure Imagination. This is just fun. These are just kind of fun, you know? Hydralisk Fire? Oh, I forgot how awesome all these backgrounds are. This is just so much fun. How's that look as a filter? That's not bad. Okay. All right. So we're gonna try and just go through this. We're gonna have just a discussion on like all the problems that this movie has, right? There's gonna be constant discussions. We're only gonna like undo the screen when we like there's stuff to actually like discuss. I think I will keep it. Okay. Pyro's World, if it exists. Ooh. Let me check. Let me check. Oh, this one's based on Kowloon. Ooh. I I don't see one for a Pyro World, unfortunately. I don't see one for a Pyro World. Big sad. There's some just really fun ones though. Let's do Kowloon. Kowloon City. Yeah. Yeah. I think that'll work as a filter. What about you? What about you, Chad? Do you think that'll work as a filter? Oh my goodness sakes. So, anyways, So the movie gets started, and it starts with this whole like play she's doing, right? Oh, oh, I forgot. It's gonna move the. You can read those though. Fuck it, I don't care. You can read those. Yeah, that can be read. So that's fine. No, this isn't Gary's mod. All of this is Gary's mod created stuff. Like the only thing that's required for the Gary's mod background is to be actually created in Gary's mod itself. That's what all this stuff is. And they're insanely creative people that can put together some beautiful works of art using Gary's mod and like the different tools for like changing finger positions and hands and stuff like that and people and like putting all this stuff together and texturing and things. It's really fucking cool. Really cool. Anyways, so the movie begins obviously with this like thing about like there were two sides, a world where prey were scared of predators. Again, the normal world, right? Don't This is one of our big hurdles at the very start is like what is predation? What does it mean to be a predator? What does it mean to be prey? Because remember, prey animals eat the environment, right? That's a given. What do prey eat? Well, they eat the grass, the leaves, the some of the foliage and things like that, the fauna. Okay, so prey are consuming resources. Already, we got our big problem. Prey are consuming resources, right? And then this is the conceit of the movie. Predators had an uncontrollable biological urge. It's called being alive. You could say the same thing about prey animals. Prey had an uncontrollable biological urge to consume the plants and the flowers and the fauna. Sorry, the flora, not the fauna. So we have a problem with how things are being framed. Okay? So we already have this big issue with things are being framed in this way to set up this sort of this conceit of this concept. That's going to be predators versus prey. That's what we're dealing with here. But they don't understand how any of this works. Food in general is a big problem in this movie. The whole, like, how does anybody get anything in this film? So, they talk about this biological urge to maim and maul and kill. Again, this is cute and creative, visually speaking, but the problem comes in that, like, her ideas of how the world works, it's very childish. It's not nuanced. It's okay. She's a child though, right? Well, no, it turns out the entire world believes this, you know, all the way through. Every single predator believes this. Every single prey animal believes this. They all have this same like childish, naive view of how the world works. So, again, her whole thing here is that all of a sudden, like, just randomly, out of nowhere, they decided to not fight anymore. Vicious predator or meek prey. See? Okay, how? How did you evolve? Because here we get into the major problem in the movie. The biggest problem in the movie. The one that even the normies called out immediately. What do the predators eat? Okay. What do the predators eat? Cats, felines are fucked. They can only get sustenance from meat. Because they need it for the special enzymes they need to create. Their body doesn't create I forget which one it is. Their body doesn't create all the enzymes. You can't have like house cats on vegetarian diets. It'll kill the cat. You have to actually give them meat because they need to use to actually create the enzyme they don't have. So, what are the predators eating? Taurine, thank you. All right? And what's keeping the prey in check? This is part 2 of the problem. If the predators aren't eating the prey, ever, what's keeping the prey species in check? And we get an answer to that. Nothing. Nothing at all is keeping the prey in check. You get to see, again, more just pure style over substance. Where is the meter? It's when she's leaving. When I originally watched it, I thought the intro was deliberately only see it from prey point of view and justify the predators not being trusted in society. Soylent Green. Yeah. But here's the big problem. Look at that billboard. This is just a single town, a bunny burrow. Look at the population numbers and watch as they are continually rising. Right? Again, there's nothing here. Look at it. Do you understand the major problem with this? There's nothing keeping the prey population in check. Nothing at all. So what's going to happen? What's going to happen with this, with the prey? Well, the obvious thing. You're going to overtax the land. You're going to destroy all of the grasslands. You're going to eat all of the flora that exists in the world. You will destroy the ecosystem. This amount of population requires astronomical levels. And remember, this is one town, by the way. As it gets revealed, there are multiple bunny towns. To keep this population going, you need to keep expanding nigh infinitely with just stuff for the bunnies. Where are you getting all that land from? Like, holy shit. Do you understand how awful that is? Hang on, I gotta make this a little thicker. A little thicker, because I don't think it's thick enough. The filter, anyways. Yeah. And remember, her whole thing is that she has, because it gets talked about, how many of her siblings she has, right? She has an absurd, like, what is it, 278 siblings? Like, what the fuck? Oh, absolutely. You'd have to have a 2-child policy for prey. You could not allow this to happen. Because, again, your world would be stripped bare. The population is out of control. I'm trying to get to where they talk about just how many siblings she has. Was it? I think it might have been before Gideon attacks her. Yeah. And again, like this is a big problem because this was something that the normies clocked on to as well. Right? Where they asked, what are the predators eating? And what are you doing about the rampant overpopulation crisis that is happening because prey have nothing stopping them from expanding? No, it was 200 and something. It was like 278 or something. This is another big problem in this movie. Everything just works out for Judy, even though she's genuinely not a good person, right? And I know how they treat her, like she's so whimsical and lackadaisical and things like that, but she is very, like, judgmental in a different direction. You know what I mean? She's the worst kind of, like, I will never look at anybody's differences ever whatsoever. No matter what their circumstances are, no matter who they are, no matter what they do, right? Like, she's incredibly dumb. She is an incredibly dumb character. But it all works out for her. Like, the universe itself bends over backwards to make things work out specifically for her, which is incredibly frustrating, especially after she, advocates for a race war. But we'll get to that. So yeah, again, things just work out for her all the time. 275. 275 brothers and sisters. There it is. See? There you go, chat. 275 brothers and sisters. Okay? Fucking absurd. Are there no cops in the Bunny Burrow? I don't know. We don't see any of them. They're not mentioned ever. So I don't know, like, if there aren't any. This is part of the whole problem of, like, things in this world aren't thought through, right? Things are not thought out. 81 million bunnies, 0 cops. Yeah. Now, it's explained Judy will be the first bunny cop. But are there no normal police here? There are predators here. Gideon Fox is here. The Weasel is here. Where are the police here? And this is the other thing, is like, this screams like a thing that people don't think of, like, the small town cops or anything, right? Oh, the whole world building is a nightmare in this movie. This movie's world building is an atrocious mess everywhere. Unironically, yeah. But again, this is, like, part of the huge problems that this thing has everywhere, is nothing was thought through, right? All of it is pure surface level nonsense. Like, the Hops family farm. What does her family do? Oh, they're carrot farmers. Why carrots in particular? Oh, because bunnies eat carrots. Okay. Oh shit, I forgot. I'm on OBS, not this now. Yeah. So, like, again, carrot farming is a noble profession. You have 81 million people to feed. Are you the only carrot farmer? It feels like you'd need, like, half your population to be carrot farmers. And the reason I say half of it is because of how rapid your population is rising. Your population is rising by 3 per second in Bunny Burrow by itself, right? Ironically, the writers were very speciesist. Yeah, exactly. Yes. Yeah, okay. That's... Threadnought hit the nail on the head, too. Actually, carrots are too sugary for rabbits to actually eat like they do in media. Yep. That's something you add to their diet. It's not something you give them wholesale. Yep. So, again, like, it's all surface level things. And that goes through, that's every single species in this, by the way. Right? That's every species in this is treated the exact same way. Even though they try to pretend that they're not doing that. Like, this is people that haven't actually understood what each species is. It's why you have, like, what do predators eat? Well, they eat what the prey do. They can't, though. Felines cannot eat on a vegetarian diet. They need meat. What do the felines eat? What do the wolves eat? What do the dogs eat? Like, I'm sorry, but a lot of predator species are evolved specifically to consume meat. For a reason. It is survival. It's not just, oh, it's a choice. No, no, no. It's a survival thing. It'd be like asking human beings never to eat food again except for grass. And I mean literally grass. You can't function off of that. You will die. Oh my god. Ooh. Don't tell vegans that carnivores need meat. Oh, I know, right? Fucking blow their mind. It's the same thing with why so many of these people will like keep cats and then put them on a vegetarian diet and then wonder why they die or get sick. It's like, because you put it on a vegetarian diet, idiot. Yeah, now there are some omnivores. Omnivores will be fine. Like, humans would be fine in this world because we're omnivores. We can get our protein from things like beans and stuff like that. We don't strictly need meat. Meat is just the most efficient source for a lot of things we do need. But again, our body, we are literally omnivores. Things like wolves and cats, you know, all the feline species and everything like that, they're not. They're carnivores. Now, again, people talk about, well, wolves can eat different things to an extent. It's like, to an extent, but they'll still die of malnutrition if they don't actually eat meat. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so again, we have the problem here of, well, one, also physics don't work in this world. We'll talk about that, too. And you can make arguments for, like, oh, well, it's for the sake of fun, right? The physics don't work. That's more understandable for things like cars and stuff. But when a little tiny bunny that probably weighs 20 pounds when she's an adult, you're not going to get the cartoonish levels of force that she puts into a lot of, like, the damage she does to things. Yes, wolves like sugar. Try living off of only soda and see what happens. Yep, exactly. So, in our dunna, we get into problems like this. Here, it's even shown in the camp, right? When she's over at training. Like, all these obstacles you'll need to overcome. But if you notice, all these obstacles, Judy never actually overcomes them. Right? She literally jumps off of other people's backs to overcome the obstacles. She is a burden until she is carried by someone else in every single one of these instances. Like, she physically cannot do this herself, right? And it's shown over and over and over again. She literally is a burden unless she is being helped by someone else. Ugh. Oh, no, the construction is incredibly cheap. We haven't even gotten into the problems of the city itself yet, right? The city itself is a whole other disaster at level. So again, here we have her proving that she can't do it herself. Jumps off the wolf, jumps off the hippo, and uses other people to get the obstacle, not herself. Right? And that's every single obstacle she goes through. She's not the one doing it. she's literally working off the backs of others to accomplish any goal, which is in like, that's what a great message. But they just treat this as like inspiring. Oh, she did it. And then we have this physics nonsense where a like again, like I said, probably a 20-pound bunny soaking wet somehow not only moves these ropes back, but then launches with enough force to punch the rhino and knock himself out. Like, these are the physics we talk about, where physics don't make sense in this world. They just, things just happen because they need to happen, right? That's it. It's just like, oh my god. On the plus side, you could say she learns to think outside the box to succeed, but she still couldn't do it herself. Again, there is an idea of thinking outside the box. And they do rely on that later in the movie. The problem is that they try to show that she's a threat and force herself, right? Like, they try to set this stuff up. These superhero level antics that she physically could not do. Because physically, she is a weak, pathetic bunny. She can't overpower any of these officers. Not in the slightest. Right? Judy's no Mulan. Yeah. Again, it's just pure comical. It's a farce, right? Well, we also get into the actual hero of the story. Unironically, Mayor Lion is unironically the hero of the story. Like, you can argue about like the imprisonment and everything like that of the species that turn feral, but he's right in every sense of the word. They don't know why this is happening, and it's seemingly random. So they don't know what's going on, what the problem is, and you don't want to cause an actual panic. This is a situation where, hey, saying that every single one of your neighbors could potentially become a violent sociopathic killer, just snap of a finger, and we don't know why, not good for like the health and safety of the city, right? Probably not a good idea. Should watch Mulan in a few weeks? Maybe. You know, we'll watch the originals. I'm not gonna watch the god awful like Disney remakes of them. Holy shit, the live action stuff. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Ugh. Blech. Anyways. Yeah, and it's just so like, how did she get valedictorian? This is the other problem, right? She got valedictorian over everything else when she physically cannot keep up in any way, shape, or form. But they gave her valedictorian. It's like, you should have just said, if you wanted to be more, like, instead of making Judy Hopps a Super Mary Sue, which she clearly is, it should have been that she was in the top of her class. You shouldn't have mentioned valedictorian or salutatorian or anything like that. No, she's just in the top of her class. What? What? Who upset you to the point that you had to remind us of that live action pro China abomination? Yeah. Well, and it might very well be Anti-Boy Scout because the Mammal Inclusion Initiative or whatever the Deputy Mayor Bellwether says. Like, so it very well could be DEI, like, nonsense in Zootopia, right? This was before that really exploded into being a big thing, but it very well could be. Yeah, mammal DEI. Because, again, she talks about it here. And again, it's this whole thing too where they're trying to show that Mayor Lion is kind of a bully to Bellwether. But the problem with this is that Bellwether is presented as somebody who is scatterbrained, who isn't really focused or anything, right? So Mayor Lion like disregards her a lot, but you have moments like this. So Mayor Bellwether, her badge. It's like, if you could remember to do the thing you're supposed to do, that'd be nice. It's so, just, ugh. Oh, really? Going back to the humans don't need meat, since I got time now, incorrect. Humans need two types of amino acids that aren't produced by plants or mushrooms. Interesting. Yeah. Again, why don't they have actual bunny cops patrolling Bunny Burrow, right? That would have worked out. Like, again, Bunny Burrow just doesn't have any police. Only the big cities have police anywhere. So you can just commit all the crime you want in Bunny Burrow and be totally fine. Like, what's going on here? And she's doing that deliberate. It's like they forgot the mayor got tricked, and if Judy had done nothing, he would have solved everything. Yep, exactly. He was actually he was actually figuring out the problem. He was putting resources to, like, figuring out all this stuff. It's a real proud day for us little guys. Brother, make room, will you? Again, he shoves her out of the way. It's supposed to be like, oh, well, he's being such a bully to her. It's like, what? Again, she's being weird. Bellwether is being weird. That story, Zootopia fails on every level possible. Yeah, there are so many of these things where it's like, again, her bad actions just work for her all the time. As an accidental critique of wokeism, it's actually pretty decent. Yeah. I remember, when we get into the fact that Judy advocates for a race war, that's going to be a whole other thing. Like, oh my god. And even better, advocates for it so wholeheartedly and then doesn't understand what she did wrong. It's perfect. So, now we're going to come into the big problem. Let's talk about Zootopia itself, the city. Because the city is a nightmare on, like, every conceivable level. The city is an absolute travesty. So first off, this is our first shot of the city, what it looks like, right? Now, what you need to keep in mind, if you look at this city, what are some of the problems you can see already? What are some of the issues that become apparent even just from this shot? Do you notice how scuffed the biome and environment is? RPG biomes. Andy Boy Scout got it. We have a desert here next to winter mountains and actually all the way down to jungly rainforest mountains, hillsides. Like, it's a fucking nightmare. How did you make this place? How do you maintain this? How do you maintain Tundra Town right beside a desert? How do you keep the desert from not becoming a, like, tundra itself through the introduction of water? Like, do you just have moisture farms that sap all of the moisture out of the air all around the desert biome? Like, how does this place function? How do you stop any of the water from the rainforest, because when we see the jungle thing, it is like, holy shit. This is wild. This is just pure, like, again, it's all substance. Or sorry, it's all style and no substance. Oh my god, it's all substance. That'd be the day, right? Yeah, again, look how densely packed this city is as well. We already saw the Bunnyborough is already 81 million. One tiny town, Bunnyborough, is 81 million population. Can you even imagine the population needed here? And all of the like infrastructure and resources and power generation you would require to maintain all these different districts. Because what, it's 11 districts? They mention how many districts there are, but it's 11 different biomes all jammed into this one city. Oh, here we go. Look, here's a better picture of it. Better picture of how comical this is. Look at that. A single wall stops it. A single wall stops it. A single wall stops it. Are you fucking kidding me? How? How in the fuck? This is Minecraft. This is old school Minecraft logic, where it had no rhyme or reason. You just had these biomes that were like this, right? Like, this is what you had everywhere. There's no logic. There's no rhyme or reason. It's just here for the aesthetic. 7 or 8 whole cities worth of slums. Oh my god, wait till we talk about the construction problems in this city. Woohoo, boy. There are a ton more buildings in the forest versus unused desert. Star Trek level weather tech. The city should be in a plain at the foot of a large mountains with an artificial desert. Yeah. Like, it's fucking wild. We don't know. We don't know because we never visit the desert biome, ever. We never visit the desert biome, like, at all. So we don't know what's actually here, but we do know there are slums everywhere here. And the housing construction is jack and all. Jack and shit. But we'll get into the housing problems here in a moment. Also, what happens when wind exists? You know what happens, right? With all these different clashing biomes and temperatures and everything, can you imagine the storms? Can you imagine the tornadoes and everything that would hit this place all the time? Oh my god. Holy shit. Oh. Especially sandstorms. Yeah, the sandstorms, that desert biome is fucked. Constantly. I think I know how they keep the prey populations in check. They can't, because Bunnyborough is outside of the city. I would totally understand if it was constant disasters and, like, shortcomings and everything like that. Like, was how they actually kept the prey population down. That would be funny. And probably be, like, the only, like, moral and ethical thing to do would be to build in the way they do, specifically to keep the populations in check. Because we'll talk about how they build everything, right? And also, Zootopia's motto of "you can be anything" is... that's the sort of wishy-washy nonsense motto that gets you more trouble than it's worth, right? Like, that's the sort of stuff that just... that fucks you over so hard. You literally can't be anything you want. Like, again, the little fox that wants to be a elephant, it's a con. mind you. But Judy, 100%. Oh, and you be the best elephant you can be, little guy. This is Zootopia. You can be whatever you want. No, you can't. Like, holy shit, no, you can't. What a god awful motto. This is some insane delusion, right? Oh, here we go. Here's kind of like our only look into the desert kingdom, right? The desert kingdom, but the desert biome. See what I mean? It's kind of our only look into it, and then it jumps to it's gonna jump away. See? Yep, there be slums there. Yep. It's such a just fucking disaster. And then like this, they're like, "Oh, do you see the high technology wall? Hold on. This is what's separating the desert from literal snow everywhere." And look, do you see what they're doing? Hold on. Do you see this level of technology? These are all heaters. They're blasting heat in here constantly. You can actually see them like functioning, right? Oh shit, that's too far back. So look at the heat ripples coming off of them. Those are actually heaters. Okay? Going 24/7. No breaks, no stops. You have like planetary sized heaters constantly dumping heat here. Okay? On the exact same wall, which we'll see here. See? Exact same wall. This is the heater. There are like industrial fog machines and just stuff blasting snow and refrigeration the other direction. Star Trek level tech. No, it's not even Star Trek level tech. This goes way beyond that. This is absurd. It's oh my god. What a fucking disaster. What an utterly like man, this city needs several nuclear power plants, but I guess with green energy they're fine. They're not. Yeah, no. It's I have no concept of how you are powering all of these. The sheer absurdity of the amount of power needed for the walls alone. Oh my god. Oh my god. Like, if this was all enclosed, it would make more sense if these were like biodomes, right? If you wanted this to make even a modicum amount of sense, these would be like segregated off biodomes, not just open air walls next to each other. Look at this. Look at this bullshit. Look at this bullshit. Like, that does not work. This cannot function. What in the actual fuck is this city? And you see the populations, and they do, like, incredibly confusing stuff to be like, oh, our technology is so weird. You have these people that instead of being on like an automated walkway, they're on little ice floes that are going down the river. That's it. And if they say segregation is wrong, well, it's already segregated. You have the wall. Yes. Oh, and it gets so much worse because this movie, unironically, like shoots itself in the foot because the whole premise of the movie is you can't judge off of the past. What happened in the past must stay in the past. Is the unintended messaging that they have in this movie, which goes against, the entire philosophy of the rest of the movie. It's so fucked. I have to believe they were originally biodomes before the movie was made. Probably. I would hope that someone had enough brain power to be like, no, they have to be in enclosed domes, enclosures. You can't have these open air things. It's an elephant. There are elephants here. There are all kinds of species. They're showing that all these different species are just here and fine. That doesn't work. There are species that die from the cold. Like, there are species that die from the heat. You don't get the same species everywhere. An elephant can't live in every single biome on the planet. A camel can't live in every single biome on the planet. Reptiles especially are, they're the ones most known for not being able to live in colder environments. And I don't mean cold as in Tundra Town cold. I mean cold as in it's a little nippy in here. Oh, the snake has now died. Oh. Oh my God. And then again, they go from the tundra and they go into this. They go in from the freezing tundra into just suddenly this. The rainforest canopy of trees that are built up to be huge platforms. Like, you have one tree here, and then they have built a platform. This part of the city is just multiple tiers of platforms connected to the trees. Right next to the snow, the literally frozen snow biome. Fucking absurd. Genuinely and completely fucking absurd. Oh. And this is here's how they show, okay? Hang on. Here's how they show how this place stays a jungle, right? Yeah, this is how it stays a rainforest. They have sprinklers everywhere, constantly shitting out water all over this place. This is what is constantly happening here in the jungle biome. Just sprinklers just dousing everything in liquid. What is this, China? Yeah, I know, right? Feels like it. Once they start spray painting the sides of mountains green, we'll know for sure. Can you imagine dealing with the amount of rust and stagnant water everywhere and mold? Oh my God. Oh my God. I hate to break this to you. Rainforests aren't always raining. They have a higher amount of rain. They're not always raining. Oh, excuse me. Enjoy your jungle foot. Oh my God. Oh. And then this gets into the whole problems too here in the big city of just how the infrastructure works, right? Obviously everything has to be built for the biggest amongst the species. You have to do that. You can't have it any other way. And then you have to build in all this other small infrastructure for the smaller ones. But you get comical stuff like this, again, where they don't think things through. Like, oh, hippos need water, right? So how do the hippos get to work? Well, they swim. Like, instead of using any of the transit or anything like that, they swim and they have to come onto these gigantic air dryers that blast them until they get dry. And then you have just these massive mazes of pipes everywhere for the gerbils and little hamsters and things like that to get around. Like it. Oh. This whole thing just drives me insane. This is the problem when you don't think things through, right? This is the problem when you only think very surface level details. And then everything else, like, just gets slapped in the moment you think of it instead of actually having stuff well thought through. Oh, here we go. Welcome to the Grand Pangolin Arms. So this is what the vast majority of the city would have to look like. For the amount of population, this is their room. This is Judy's room. This is what all those buildings would have to be for the amount of population density we see, right? I know, it's so much like speciesist stereotyping. It is wild. Wild. Oh. Oh. I just wish I like when you see something that has potential, right? When you see something like this or Beastars or Brand New Animal and things like that, and you're like, oh, there's so much potential here, and then they just shit all over it. I think that's what offends me the most, right? Like, this is what would offend me so much more than anything else. The amount of wasted potential in this just hurts me deep down. Are they making a commentary on something that exists in our society in the real world? I don't fucking know because it's all over the place. Again, the unintended messaging all throughout this movie is wild. Oh. And all of the characters like are there's nobody that's really fleshed out of the main cast, right? They're all very one note, one dimensional like characters. Even Judy's not really fleshed out. She's just a dumb idiot and everything works out for her just because everything works out for her. That's it. Like I said, it fails as a story. However, as a critique on what they're doing, it works. Yeah, I guess. I think they wrote around set pieces after having a very basic story. That's what it feels like. That's what it absolutely feels like. Like they just had set piece moments. And they don't think things through. There's the Night Howlers revelation we have later where it's like, oh, my family, we call them things night howlers. It's like, why? Why do you call them night howlers? Like, what sort of night thing, like, what does night have to do with it, right? First draft type of a story. Real unironically, yeah. Try everything, even if you fail. Yeah, when does Judy fail? She doesn't. She never fails at anything. Again, she's always proven to be correct, and everything always works out for her in the most convoluted, nonsensical ways possible, right? Again, one of the first things we see here too about like, well, I think they pulled back too hard after their first idea of having the shock collars for predators. Yeah. Again, it's the same problem that Beastars has, right? Where they talk about like all these things beneath the surface of like, oh well, all of the predators in the military are actually eating meat, but everybody turns a blind eye because we need our military to be strong. But they don't ever elaborate on that. Oh well, there was the war between the predators and the prey, and then the whale stopped it. Fucking how? What? How did the whale stop it? Why were the predators so sad about killing the prey? Like, what? They don't answer those questions. But then again, that's because the mangaka of Beastars literally got bored of it. The the chicken in the story literally sells her eggs for extra money. Then the eggs are going to be used in all the different like foods and stuff like that. It's like, okay. You know, that there's no problem with that at all. It gets really fucking. It's where some of the ideas are starting to be looked at, but then they don't do anything with it. And then here, what's our first thing we see? The very first thing we see once we get to the police station is a wolf being dragged away and screaming. He bared his teeth first. Right? It's just so like you don't the messaging in this movie is so fucking wild. Right? Especially when you know anything about how wolves actually function or anything like that, or displays. Yeah. It's another thing where a lot of people think like growling and stuff like that and wolves is aggression. That's not aggression. Growl. So this gets into the whole like, oh my god, let's get into more stuff. How many times have we talked about wolves? Let's get into more discussions about how wolves actually function. Growling is not aggression. Growling shows that they are heightened emotionally. It does not mean aggression. It can be any sense of thing. It can be increased happiness, sadness. It could be aggression. What matters for wolves is the body language, the posture, the stances, the eye contact. That's what indicates aggression. You don't have aggressiveness from the growl. The growl just shows that they are feeling an intensity of emotion. So, hang on. Let's. I know Oliver the Wolf Guy had a video about what actual, like, what does an aggressive wolf actually look like? Oh, I gotta find it. It's probably in his shorts. Yeah, here we go. How a wolf says, "I want to kill you." Remember, the growling isn't necessary. The growling just shows aggression. Doesn't show aggression. Just shows heightened emotional state. This is what matters.
All right, so this is how a wolf says, "I want to kill you." So, our Malamute here, who's a 2-year-old female, and this particular black wolf here, Mooney, do not like each other. They used to love each other, and then there was a
the quality. I know the quality was higher than this. What's happened to the quality? For whatever reason, the quality is lower than it is. But he's gonna walk through like what actual like aggression looks like in a wolf, because it's not growling. It's not the growling and the snarling. That's not what actual aggression looks like.
kerfuffle where the dog should have backed down and did not, and as a result, the wolf decided, "No more. I'm not your buddy. And so you can see, I'm just going to show you some of the behaviors here. So see how her tail is all stiff and upright? I call that a kill o'clock tail, and how her ears are all forward. That is full aggressive threat. And then see how her hair is standing up on her back and her belly? So those are all indications that she wants to go get the dog and take her out. And so that...
Yeah. So again, pure eye contact. Hairs are standing up all over her body. Tail is directly upright at 12 o'clock, or as Oliver called it, the kill o'clock tail. And they are very aggressive steps. Watch the way she walks. Watch the way that Mooney walks around. Right? It's not subtle, graceful movements. It's very stiff.
That's how the wolf says,
very direct.
I don't like you and I want to get you. And it's ironic because otherwise this wolf is my friend, one of my friendliest, nicest animals, but just not towards my dog.
So again, no snarling, no snapping, no baring of the teeth. It is pure, just focused. This is pure. This is what aggression looks like. This is what you're in trouble if you see a wolf doing this to you. Auto quality YouTube crap. You have to go to a non-short video, change the quality, then go to another video. Bleh. Bleh. Well, fuck that, right? Yeah. Again, there's no loudness or anything like that. This is them, like, the loudness comes when the strike comes, right? This is what actual aggression looks like.
So if you ever see a wolf approaching you with that kind of demeanor, stiff legs, a tail that's sticking straight out, and spiky fur on their back and belly, that's the one time you ought to be concerned.
Mm-hmm. All right. Pew. All right, back to what we're doing. So, again, that's the whole thing. Like, he bared his teeth first. Not understanding what any of these species actually are, how they actually function, or why they function in that way that they do. That's another problem with this movie. That gets more on a deeper level of problems on this movie, right? The surface level stuff, like I said, that the normies could get was, what do people eat? Like, how do these things function? What are the biomes in this? Like, those are the things that the movie makers, like, bemoaned that so many people kept, like, calling them out for in like interviews and things like that. But again, on deeper levels, not understanding how any of these species actually operate or function and why they function in that manner, that they would need these things. It's very, jokingly, it's very speciesist, right? Very much the stereotypes are the only truth all throughout this. Like, why are there massive bunny farms that only do carrots? Well, that's because rabbits eat carrots. Don't you know that? And it's like, anybody that knows anything about rabbits know you don't just feed rabbits carrots. That's how you get them sick. And that's how you get them fat. Like, carrots are a sweet. They are a snack. They are not something that rabbits can actually subsist off of. Dumb movie for babies written by dumb babies. Yeah, basically. That's what it boils down to, right? And then we get into, like, other parts of stereotypes, right? To absurd degrees. Like, we get Clawhauser here. Can you tell me what his one character trait is? He has no other character traits. What's his one character trait, chat? I don't know if they made it obvious enough. No portion control. Oh my god, yes. Yeah. He just eats all the time, right? He's the boomer zombie from Left 4 Dead. Mm-hmm. That's not fair. He's also dumb. He's also apparently working as dispatch, which is the most asinine, absurd thing I have ever heard. They only have one dispatcher, and it's Clawhauser, who also is the morbidly obese cheetah that can't do anything, and is so dumb he gets distracted from the vital task of being a dispatcher. because he's like obsessing over Gazelle and an app that he has on his phone. Like, oh my god. So the Zootopia Police Department has no standards for fitness. And no standards for intelligence either. Because what happens, since he is the only dispatcher, this is shown later in the movie that he is the only dispatcher. What happens when he has to go to the bathroom? Or when he leaves the front desk to go do anything, right? What? You're just fucked at that point? Again, Judy and Nick are dying because they can't get through to Clawhauser, to the point where Judy even screams his name, and that finally snaps him out of it. Oh, my God. Just... And this is kind of stuff I hate, where people are always one-dimensional, right? There's only one thing about them. And for Clawhauser, it's that he's a morbidly obese, fat idiot. That's it. That's it. That's his entire characterization. Oh. What's funny is that the movie also tries to go out of its way to, like, break stereotypes, but then has all of this lazy writing stereotypes everywhere anyways. It's weird. It's the movie's trying to have its cake and eat it too. Or in Clawhauser's case, the movie's trying to have its bakery and eat it too. Because you'll get a moment later where they talk to a nudist colony, or naturalists is what they call it. And I think he's supposed to be a water buffalo. There's that disgusting species of bovine that's like always has flies all over them. And they keep that stereotype for the movie. But they then challenge the stereotype of an elephant never forgets. Oh, aren't we so clever? The elephant is actually stupid and doesn't even remember people in her own class. But you have every other stereotype fully on display. Like, what are you doing? Oh. Having your cake and eating too just makes you fat. Isn't it? It's so weird where that saying actually originated from. Get into the whole etymology of fucking words and how things like dickhead or asshole or, things like that come into like common saying, like the colloquialisms that turn into phrases. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it, sort of thing. Where it doesn't, like, when you just hear that in isolation, it sounds weird, right? When you know the context behind it, you understand what "we'll cross that bridge when we come to it" actually means. Like, that's an obstacle. We'll deal with it when we get there. Don't complicate things. One problem at a time. Speaking of problem at a time, I'm hungry. I'm hungry, chat. Maybe it's because Clawhauser's here stuffing his face on business hours, on shift, in front of the public, just stuffing his face. Yeah, I think I will be right back. Oh. BRB, I'm going to go grab some food for myself. BRB. I exist. I'm waiting for my stuff to cook. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. Good morning. Hope you're going to explain everything again now that I'm here. I recall, don't delve into the predatory problem nearly enough. No. Again, we're going to get into a lot of it. We talked about the whole predator-prey thing, how it doesn't work. They don't understand, the filmmakers don't understand what predation actually is, or understand the vital role the predators play in it. They treat it as like a thing you have to evolve past. Right? Not prey. Prey didn't need to evolve or anything, but the predators, they had to change. Because it's a problem that predators eat prey. But they then don't think of the logical consequence of that. If there's nothing eating the prey species runs wild. And destroys entire environments. Well, like a plague of locusts. Oh, excuse me. So, I got myself a little snack too while I was waiting. Because my stomach was growling. I was like, I gotta wait for that stuff to cook. I might as well have a snack. Alright. IRL, these same people would tell us to eat bugs instead of meat because farms are bad. Yep. No. You got that wrong, Elder Shagoon. It's a problem, but then they show the bunny population in one town being almost a million. No, almost a billion. B. It was... it's going up towards a billion. It's 81 million in the one town. 81 million in Bunnyboro alone. Right? Yeah. Yep, predatory species are actually more intelligent than prey species are. The example is sheep in general. Like, it gets used of being like, stop being a sheep for a reason. Sheep are incredibly fucking stupid. They don't have to be intelligent. Intelligence was not required for an aspect of their survival. So sheep are incredibly, infamously stupid. Again, if you don't need it for survival, you won't produce it. Meanwhile, species that actually have to catch things, hunt things, stalk things, they are more intelligent. Because they need to be. Breeding is the main attribute for prey species. Correct. Absolutely correct. He fat. Yep, that's Clawhauser for you. Especially after thousands of years of humans and dogs protecting them. Oh, yeah. Once you have that... Oh, and that's the other thing, too. Like, we got to talk about dogs and wolves and things like that. Dogs and wolves are not the same, like, species. Oh, what's the way to put it? I forget what the names are. They have a common ancestor. The wolves are the ones that remained wild. The dogs are the ones that became domesticated, right? It's why you can't take behaviors that a dog does and a wolf do, and they're interchangeable, right? They're both canines, that's true. But they have a shared ancestor that's now extinct. There's a missing link between the two. Excuse me. Dogs, meanwhile, they lost a lot of the intelligence that they needed because humans would take care of them, right? Dogs also bark, a thing that wolves don't really do. Some wolves will bark, but it's a rare mutation. It is not the norm. Wolf norms for sounds beyond howling Wolf norms are the puff, the huff, the because you don't want to make noise. So you just have that quick, and that alerts the other wolves that there's something nearby. Everybody get up, get on alert. Because there's something has been spotted by the sentry. Now, that's not useful for humans that kept the original one, what the ancestor species was. That wasn't useful for humans. So humans would instead breed the ones that had the genetic mutation for being loud and rowdy, for barking. That got bred into the species. Those ones that were the loudest, the noisiest pups were the ones that would be given more food, would be the ones that would be allowed to breed more, so they could make more loud and noisy pups. In the wild, the loud and noisy pups get killed. They are the ones that get eaten because they call attention to their position. Now, wolves will howl, and that can give away ones. Pups are supposed to understand to run back inside the den, but the howls of wolves are distinguishable. They can tell, like, who did the howling. They have their own distinct voices and everything. Oh, yeah. I would agree with you. Man's other best friend is horses. From farming to warfare, they are with us just as much as dogs in history. I agree. And it's a whole thing, too, of, like, why didn't... what's the way to put it? This gets into the whole idea of why certain parts of the planet didn't take off technologically like others did. Well, it's because, like, in Africa, you had zebras instead of horses. And I hate to break it to you, zebras, not tameable. Horses, very easily tameable. Zebras, not so much. Not at all. Yeah, humans kind of invert a lot of natural selection. Grain is not supposed to stay on the stalk until you hit it with a stick. It's supposed to scatter as soon as it dries out. But people make excuses about horses when they get scared and drop you or kick you. They're still animals. Yeah. Yeah, sorry, I'm just kind of like filling some time until I go grab my snacks, then we'll continue on talking about Zootopia and how it falls to pieces. Yeah, another thing, because a lot of people, for whatever reason, there's a mixed group where they're like, wolves and dogs are the same species because they can interbreed. And it's like, but that's not true, though. Like, would you say then that a horse and a donkey are the same species? It's like, well, no, obviously they're different. It's the same thing here. The ability to interbreed does not make same species. Like, that's not how it works. Ugh. I remember that one anime where the main character just dumped on zebras for like a solid minute. Zebras are assholes, okay? Zebras fucking deserve it. Zebras are douchebags. No. You anti-Boy Scout, you already did it. I didn't say mule. I said donkey, and I said horses. Donkeys and horses together make mules. Mules can't breed. I guess what you're getting at is that because they make an infertile thing, they're not the same species, but because wolf dogs can, they are. I don't agree with that. I love my hybrid son. Oh God. I don't agree with that as a species thing. Again, just because dogs and wolves can intermix doesn't mean they are the same thing. And again, you actually get behavioral issues with wolf dogs because of it. because the natural instincts of wolves will override a lot of the stuff that dogs have been trained to do and their own instincts, right? So that's why the safest wolf dogs are called low content. They are 50 to 60% wolf. Those are considered low content ones. They're the safest ones because more dog behaviors will actually stick with them. When you get to mid content, those are the most dangerous ones because they will flip flop between. That's when it's the 65 to 80% range. Those are considered mid content wolf dogs. Those are the ones where you have to be wary because they're very bipolar. They will flip flop easily. And then the top end are the high content ones, which are the 80 to 95% wolf. Which, those are the ones, they are very wolf-like behavior. So they're very steady, static, you know what they're going to do. Right? One of the things about race in D&D, maybe we need a better term for species that are radically different but can breed. Obviously, elves and humans aren't the same. But hating shit like ancestry as a replacement for race. Huskies are pretty close to wolves as far as dogs go. Yeah. As their breed, they are. But you get a big difference. You can tell a husky apart from a wolf pretty easily, especially by their mannerisms. Huskies have a lot of dog behavior. It's a whole thing like a dog is a pet, a wolf dog and a wolf are lifestyle, right? You have to specifically cater to the wolf in those species, in those breeds, in order to actually have them functional. It's quite complicated when it comes to races in D&D, but how they called them species, which made it worse. Yeah, I agree. Huskies are also very, very vocal. Yep. Might have a better term if we didn't wipe out the Neanderthals and did actually share Earth with another intelligent race. Oh. Yeah. I will be right back. I'm going to get myself for the air fryer, and we will continue. Yeah. Yeah. BRB. I'm back. Yeah. Funny how the Neanderthals actually mix with humans. That's why there's a gene pool in some humans that is Neanderthal, but is a small amount. Well, another thing too is you got to remember all those ancestry or DNA sites, things like that. They're all total scams. So be careful if you did like an ancestry.com thing and you or you did or not ancestry.com because they usually go based on birth certificates. But if you did like a DNA check, they're total scams. Every single one of them got caught just making shit up. They base it off of the name. Like 100%. It's all totally based off the name and then they intermix things just because, right? And they found this out because what they did was they took dog blood and they would send it in, or they would take horse blood and stuff like that and send it into all these places, and every single one of them got caught by the name because it was all totally based on the name. But anyways, winding back towards an actual topic from before is intelligence. Prey animals don't require intelligence, right? That wasn't like a function that they needed. So a lot of prey animals, again, sheep being the obvious example, are incredibly stupid. On the flip side, predators require it because they need to know to set up ambushes, how to track, how to hunt. Intelligence is a vital tool for survival. This is why you have things like crows and ravens and stuff like that. Things that are predatory birds have a lot more intelligence than their normal, like, prey birds. Ones that eat just nuts, berries, bugs, things like that. When you have things that actually need to hunt their food, the intelligence goes up. It's why the comment from people that know about wolves is that you need to treat a wolf as if it's a 7-year-old with a gun, because they are smart. They will decide what they want to do, right? But they are very dangerous. Don't toy with them. Ironically, Threadnut, that was caught multiple times as well. Yep. It's why you have problem-solving skills in a lot of predator species. Whereas problem-solving in prey species is very rare. Problem-solving in predator species is a lot more common. Hot, hot, oh fuck, hot. Oh my god. Woo! Welcome to the heat, son. Maybe I'll let the second one cool down a lot more. Woo! Anyways, so let's get back to the movie. So again, you have Clawhauser here, and he's meaning thing, and this is where they try to talk about this. They try to push this whole, like, nonsense racism, right? They try to push it right here. And it's funny because Judy Hopps is one of the most racist people that exists. But she tries to push this whole thing like, no, you can't call a bunny cute. Like right here. Whoop, shit, there was filter. You probably didn't know, but a bunny can call another bunny cute. No. So it's this stuff like this. It's stupid stuff here that doesn't make any sense, right? It's just dumb. Usually the most anti-racist people are the biggest racists known to man. 100%. 100%. It's a whole thing where the Democrats were trying to talk about how stupid black people are. they're too dumb for any of this stuff. We have to help them. Things like that. Like, you understand how that sounds? Do you really understand how that sounds? Oh, 100%. This is the whole thing we talked about we dealt with in my book, His Majesty the Dragon, right? The racism metaphor also falls flat when Tiny Miss Bunny is radically different than the hulking lion. Humans are equal. The animal kingdom is not. Yep. It's the same thing with why Meraxas talks about slavery is not a moral issue. And the reason why is because dragons are superior to everything else. Dragons could keep slaves and it wouldn't be a problem because, like, oh, you are inferior to us. Like, you're not as intelligent as us. You will not live as long as us. You are literally more like cattle to us. It's the way that you would view your own sheep or your own herds and things like that. Having a certain level of intelligence doesn't matter because you're so much lesser. But he then goes on to argue is like morality is not the problem. Let's get into the other aspects of it too. You could just view that as not wanting to be a dick and personal. Like, that's great and all. But what about other aspects that would make it more obviously a bad thing? Let's talk about the economic system of what slavery does and how it destroys your economic system and forces you to become reliant on that slave labor. Let's talk about how it stifles your creativity, how it destroys your technological sectors. Your any sort of advancements are not necessary. What creates so many advancements is the knowledge of wanting to lessen the labors on the workforce, and that comes from the workforce itself. Slaves don't have that option to make those sort of tools, right? The owner does not think about the sheep. When you have such a massive disparity in power, intelligence, longevity, and things like that, that's where those sorts of issues of equality fall apart. That's why this doesn't work. This is why Zootopia's whole thing about equality makes no fucking sense. Like, Judy Hopps will never be as strong as a dog, or a fox, or a wolf, or a bear, or a lion, or, you know, any number of other species. She will never be that strong, ever. It's impossible. She literally can't. She will never be taller than a wolf, or a dog, or a giraffe, or things like that. And again, it just doesn't work. It's her genes. She physically can't get over that obstacle. We talked about it earlier. Rob Harper is like, where are all the cops in Bunnyboro? You have a population of 81 million and you have no police whatsoever, right? Exactly. The other problem with technological advancement. Not all Romans either, to be fair, Threadnought. Not all Romans. But their society was entirely built around the concept of slavery, slave labor, and everything like that. So you would have all those markets that would now suddenly explode. Like, your overall governance, your overall system, your culture cannot survive like a radical shift like that happening. That's why Meraxis doesn't want slavery taking hold in Drakor at all, and actually goes on to emancipate them, not because they will be like superior to him or like the great next scholar or things like that. No, he doesn't even view it like that. He views it as in a cultural thing where your culture becomes shackled to slavery itself and cannot change off of it. Oh, excuse me. Sorry. Nah, I still have the holes. They're almost closed, but they still exist. Bitter. Well, for Lady Cop with a gun, yep. If they had guns, again, firearms are the great equalizer. That's another thing that people don't want, that a certain group of people don't want to admit, right? Firearms are the great equalizer of everything. Woofda. Just a flabby donut-loving cop stereotyping you. Again, the movie tries now to like, oh, don't stereotype things, but the movie is nothing but stereotypes all over the place. Right? That's all it is. Like a dumb, flabby cop, but that is who you are. That's not a stereotype anymore. You literally are that, Clawhauser. You are genuinely a danger to the rest of the force because you are that. And again, they talk about the whole stereotypes thing, and then immediately, what are they doing now? What's the joke that they're playing? Oh, he's so fat, he lost a donut in the folds of his fatness. This is the whole thing of like why this movie fails on like every level. Like all the time. Like it's so fucking like it doesn't know what it's trying to say. Nor does the storyline like really help or anything like that. Like even the villain's plan. We'll get to that. We'll talk about the villain's plan. Fucking nonsensical horseshit. Oh, where you are, you little Dickens. Blah, blah, blah. Ugh. Yeah. So again, she goes to roll call with the bullpen and everything like that. And she gets passed up. Like, there's all this physical demanding stuff that they need to do and all these investigations. So he gives it to obviously everyone else because they are physically fit and capable enough to actually do it. Judy gets all pissy and pissed off because, oh, I'm being overlooked. You're a bunny. You're not going to wrestle a suspect to the ground. In fact, we see how you handle a suspect that's more your size, and you fuck around so much. What they should have done is show him wearing a lot, but not being fat because he runs all the time. Maybe. Oh, wait, hang on a second. Wait, I think I found another problem. Hold on. I need to see the board and specifically the animals that are associated with each district. Oh my god. Why would some of these species live where they're living? Okay. Hang on, let me duck out of the way a little bit. You can see it right over there. They're my horns. We can't see what this one is down here though, unfortunately. Not yet. I'm trying to get like a best view of all of them. So, polar bears in Tundra Town makes sense. A wolf in Tundra Town makes sense. Leopard? Or is that supposed to be a snow leopard? Looks like just a normal leopard. Okay. Snow leopard, downtown, that's fine. But a bear living in the desert? Yikes. A tiger in the desert? It's not unheard of. Wolf in the desert? That'd be brutal. That poor wolf. That poor fucking wolf. Wolves have double coats. If you don't know what that means, they have the long hairs and then they have the short hairs in between. They have a double coat. That's what makes them so resilient to makes them so resilient towards cold temperatures. Yeah, I have that poor bear. That poor fucking bear. He's in trouble. Wait, the otter also lives in the Sahara? I just realized Otterton. This is our this is going to be our primary guy. He lives in the desert? Why? Yeah. It's like your usual D&D world, but worse. Ideally, you don't want to tell halflings they can't join the watch, but obviously they're less capable of the physical tasks. Yep. I guess he's by the river. But I don't think that works though because you have the giant wall in the way, right? Like remember the wall is massive. And you'd have to have the giant wall all the way around everything. This one, yeah, this one is in the tundra. So this one's in the cold place. So remember, you have that massive wall here that segregates it off. So he's in tundra. This wolf's fine. This wolf I would feel very sorry for. That's got to be brutal. This bear, that's got to suck. Yeah. Okay. There you go. Down a bit. Man, Otterton's over here. Yeah, he's past the wall. So he's living near the heaters. Like he's actively living near the heaters. Oh god, that would suck. Oh. Oh. Like the coolest place in the Savannah lands would be out here by the coastline. The worst place, I mean, it'd be more like down here, right? The worst place would be near the wall with the heaters. Oh my god. No, this isn't desert. This is Savannah. Right? This is more downtown, so they keep this more, like, cooler. This is a much cooler area. This area. You know, you got the kind of orangey red here and the yellowy here for the Savannah. Remember, there's that huge barrier wall between this and the downtown and, of course, Tundra Town. I don't know with Zootopia 2. Don't talk about Zootopia 2. We're going to watch that this weekend. Oh, by the way, I won't be here on Wednesday. Technically, I could stream on Wednesday and still make it for my sister's birthday, but nah, I'm just gonna take Wednesday off. So, yeah. We're going to take Wednesday off, so just so you guys know in advance, I won't be here Wednesday. Ooh. Excuse me. Okay, let's put back on the filter. Also, I find this kind of cute and funny, right? So this is kind of cute and funny. Here we go. Take the filter off. So he's passing out assignments, and you have a lion, a tiger, and a wolf. are going to go on this assignment. The wolf goes up to get the page, and he's reaching out for it, and the lion just snatches it. Boop. And the wolf's like, no, mine, mine. And I love that little cutesy smirk. I don't know. Stuff like that I find funny. Right? Those are little details. But again, it's surface level stuff. It's style and not substance, right? No, apparently Grizzoli is not, in fact, a grizzly bear, because it was a lion, a wolf, and a tiger that stood up for the three names, right? That's the thing. Where it's like, okay. And finally, our first bunny. And again, I don't know why she's so, like, annoyed. She's gonna make a big deal about this is speciesist, right? She gets put on parking duty, right? You know, parking duty. And she's like, what? That's not fair. It's like, one, you're a bunny. You can't really do anything physical. Two, you're brand fucking new. What did you think we were just gonna hand you the keys to the kingdom like your first day of work? No, we gotta make sure that you can actually do the fucking job while you're here. You're literally on FNG duty, right? And for anyone that doesn't know what FNG is, it's fucking new guy, right? FNG is everywhere. When you are brand new to something, you're not gonna be doing the best of the greatest of the best. People need to know that they can actually trust you to do the work that is required of you. So you're going to be put on fucking new guy duty. You're going to be put on the shit detail. You're going to be cleaning up the latrines. You're going to be making sure that all the rifle racks are good to go. You're going to be making sure that all the patrol cars are washed. You are fucking new guy. Yeah, that's even better. If you don't like doing parking duty, we can always just make you sit behind a desk forever. Is that what you would prefer? Then shut up and do the task we've assigned you. Again, everybody goes through fucking new guy syndrome. Chief Bogo? Said there were 14 missing mammal cases. So I can handle one. Well, I forgot, but I was top of my class at the academy. Again, she's such an arrogant, full of herself little shit, right? And stupid. That doesn't help either. But this is the stuff we talk about. This is Karen syndrome, right? I don't know if you know this, but I was actually the bestest of my class. Who fucking cares? You being good in school doesn't mean you're going to be good on the job. I'm sorry. You're still a new guy. You're going to be treated like a new guy. Yes, because you were standing on top of everyone. Yeah, and for what we were shown, she literally used everyone else to get to where she was. So it's not helpful. Didn't forget, just don't care. Again, Chief Bogo is in the right here. He doesn't care what you came out of the academy with. He needs to know if you can vibe here. They need to know that if the people in the precinct, at a precinct that is running well, can get along with you, or you can get along with them. Again, fucking new guy duty. This is what happens. Nothing more awful than a fool who thinks they're smart. Yes. Oh, fuck. Yeah, absolutely. Holy shit. Again, you could be the toppest of the toppest of the top. But, hey, could you have an attitude problem? Could you not gel with all the rest of the coworkers and everything like that? Can you not handle doing the grunt work? So, like, do you think you're better than everybody else here? Like, this gets into the problems with these things, right? Do you think her using everyone else as a stepping stone was a metaphor for doing what rabbits and hoes do? Unintended. I would say it's an unintended one, but the unintended messaging all throughout this movie is wild. Wild. They are so bad about unintended messaging everywhere in this. Oh. So again, and he's right. Sir, I'm not just some token bunny. Well, then writing 100 tickets a day should be easy. He's in the right here. Okay? Like, he's 100% in the right. He's doing the right thing. He's actually being a good chief. He's like, I'm not going to just throw you into a thing when we don't even know the first fucking thing about you. Oh no, you were the top of the academy. You know how much that actually means when you're patrolling the streets and needing to actually deal with people? It don't mean shit. We need to know if you can take all of that book learning, all of that stuff, and actually practically apply it. We need to know if you can actually work with your coworkers and everything. But then her declaration again is like, she gets all pissy. I'm not going to write 100 tickets. I'm going to write 200 tickets before noon so that she can show off, right? She's not doing this because it's part of her job. She's now trying to show off. She's trying to be spiteful. She's trying to be petty. This is the other thing, too, where I've got to, like, question a lot of things. One of them is, who is this vehicle made for? This vehicle right here. Who is this made for? Why was this made? If nobody on the smaller side ever joins the police force to the point where they make a deal that she's the first bunny ever to be on the police force, and we don't see anybody else smaller, who was this vehicle made for? They didn't special order this shit for her. There's no fucking way. Who made this? The janitor. I might be able to buy that, but at the same time, it has the whole lights and everything like that. They could be aftermarket mods, maybe, onto it. Yeah, it's like, And then they do the stupid thing where they then overcompensate later in the movie. Like, where they give her a super special mega car that's like a literal fucking monster truck that she drives around in. It's so fucking stupid. Because the exact opposite thing is like, that's not going to help her. How could she reach the pedals? How could she reach the gas? How can she shift? How could she see over the fucking steering wheel or dashboard? Like, And again, I know she has her lights on for frequent stops, but she literally slams on the brakes in the road. And it's one of those things like, okay. these are like pet peeves and annoyances, right? Like, also, why is the giraffe's car so enormous? Like, I understand that giraffes have a long neck and everything like that, but why? They're sitting down and everything. Like, they're not standing upright. This vehicle is like the size it would be if they were standing up, based off of what we saw at the drinks kiosk, right? The drinks booth. So hang on, let's get to it and get to the actual vehicle. It's like, why? Why is it that big? You know what I mean? Like, I get it. Giraffes have a long neck and everything like that, but they're sitting down in the vehicle, right? Like, you don't even our cars aren't the height of a person unless you unfortunately get one of those trucks, but that gets into whole regulations and everything like that. Especially the environmental nonsense. Ugh. Now they coddle invaders, the women and the gays. Running over toddlers. Especially, do you know how, like, let's just talk about how undrivable this vehicle is. Do you know what the worst thing you could possibly do to a normal vehicle? Is to add more mass and change its center of gravity higher and higher and higher. Not to mention any sort of wind. This is a disaster. This vehicle is a death trap. Blow over in a breeze, 100%. That is a big sail. And I know they're like, but cars are heavy. Center of gravity, don't give a shit about the weight. It's center of gravity too high and you are a big sail, you're going over. I don't care how big you are. This happens all the time. Capsizing in boats happen. Vehicles get flung around. Like, oh my god. Oh. Just, ugh. They also assume you're dumb and can't figure out it's a giraffe's car without the giraffe print on it. Yeah. Again, there are way worse problems. This is just another one of those things that's it's style and no substance, right? That's not thought through. And then, of course, physics being very loose in this world. Somehow that had enough spring force of her jumping off of it to get up to the sign and then over. Like, oh. That's the kind of stuff that just bugs me, right? And look what we see they immediately play to, which would be less likely to happen. Oh, I gotta get to it. So then we go over here, and because she put this now acts as a sail on this little mouse's car, this tiny little mouse's car. Whoo! There it goes! Ugh. Blech. And then, again, they do the joke about her giving herself a ticket, which is stupid. Because, like, you're on official duty. You literally don't care. Why did you pay the meter? Why did you turn your lights off? You had your lights on the entire rest of the time. Why didn't you do it now? Now she can arrest him for littering. 2 for 1. Yeah. And again, immediately after all of her little speeches and high ideals, she stereotypes and profiles a fox. Right? And we get into the nastiness of this pachyderm ice cream parlor. And the elephant is using its nose to scoop out everything. It's like yeah, that is just gross, right? And people can see them doing it too. Like, why? Ugh. Ugh. And then he sticks his nose in the peanuts, slurps up a bunch of them, and then snots it right out on top. Yep. Again, more profiling, because the tender is entirely accurate. Like, he's like, this is sus as fuck. This is a huge waste of food. Like, why are you here to get a jumbo pop from us? This seems very sketchy. The owner is correct. He's correct to be wary. Judy is, of course, like, you can be whatever you want to be, little guy. And gets hustled. Right? You want to be an elephant when you grow up? You be an elephant. This is the sort of, like, stupid messaging we're talking about, right? No, you can't be an elephant when you grow up. You're a tiny little, like, not even, I don't even know what kind of fox he's supposed to be. He's a tiny little fox. Teeny tiny. He's supposed to be a fennec fox? Maybe. I guess they are smaller, right? Yeah. Yeah, there you go. And then, again, going back to stereotyping, right? Immediately right back to stereotyping. Lemming Brothers Bank. And what happens when the lemming... Oh, one of them moves and the other ones unthinkingly follow. The old stereotype about lemmings going off of a cliff. This movie is so all over the place with its messaging. It's so just all over the place. And then, of course, we come here, and they deliver the popsicle sticks. And as we find out just how awful, like, you can see it here. You can actually see it on the construction site about just how awful all of their building constructions are. Especially for Rodent Town. Here. What do you notice about all the construction here? Not only the fact that they're using popsicle sticks to begin with for their lumber, but what do you notice here? Oh, actually, I just noticed another thing. This isn't actually even fastened in. What? It's not even fastened to the thing. Okay. Whatever. It's not as important as the other thing I was going to mention. Do you guys notice anything else about this construction? Is that a mole? I think it's supposed to be just a mouse, because the moles have that weird thing on the like front. While the smartest in the room, Judy Hopps is just meat. Where concrete? That's a good point. Where is the concrete, Anti-Boy Scout? Where is any sort of foundational work whatsoever? Do you notice that it's just sitting on the ground? Right? There's no foundational stuff here. It's literally just on the ground. Which explains so much that happens later. So she's all pissy because they're scamming people. Oh, that's redwood. And it's like, he makes money. Like, he's making money. Like, who is he actually hurting here? You know what I mean? Who in this is being harmed by his actions, what he's doing? This is those things of like, who's the victim, right? So she tries to get him on all these technicalities of like violations of like moving code and things like that, and he has all his permits and everything like that. So who's the victim in this case? And the truth is, there isn't one. And she has to go after him for felony tax evasion later, which you don't know how I feel about taxes. One bad rainstorm, it's over. Oh boy. No boy, is it. No. That's not the problem. Remember, because the houses aren't secured at all to the ground, remember what happens coming up. And of course, after Nick basically totally like breaks her down and talks about how like her entire philosophy is stupid, right? You know, you can only be what you are. That's true. You're only ever going to be a bunny. You're not going to be a lion. You're not going to be a wolf. You're not going to be a snake. You're not going to be a crocodile. You're a bunny. That's what you are. Sly Fox, dumb bunny. I'm not a dumb bunny. Right, and that's not wet cement. So then she gets all depressed because now life is actually trying to give her a hard time. Right? And she goes after her first suspect. It's time for her to chase down her first suspect. My God, chat. I'm even starting to skip forward, and we're only 28 minutes into the movie. We have this much to talk about. Oh, we're not even going to get into the whole scheme and Night Howlers being stupid. And, oh my God. Magic 8 Ball, am I stupid? There's a definite possibility. No! The victim is Nick being harassed by the cops. Yeah, unironically. Nick is being harassed. He's being profiled by the police. He has a strong case. Yeah. So, the reason I wanted to talk about the housing thing was because we've just established that the houses are made of toothpicks and everything like that. It's very low quality construction. They don't even sink a foundation or make a foundation whatsoever. And we're going to go into Rodentville, or whatever the rodent place is called. Hang on, I want to see what the name of it is. Little Rodentia. That's what it's called. Here you go, Chad, just in case you're curious. Little Rodentia. And this is the whole thing of where we're going to figure out, like, all of the massive problems with all their housing and construction. And it's that because there's no foundational stuff, our bad guy here literally fucks over an entire row of houses. Like, he runs across, he gets the end, slips, and look. Boy, if only these things were anchored to the ground in some way. In some way, in some shape or form. If only they had a foundation. But no, it's like a bunch of dominoes. Oh. Yeah, welcome to a kaiju movie where the city was built by idiots. Yep. What's absurd about this is they show that this doesn't have any foundation, but somehow she can push off of the building she has her back to, which also doesn't have a foundation. Because they just don't build foundations. It's almost like the rat ghetto is neglected. Oh my God. I just stop on the free because I'm showing another part of it too, where she can't, like, she's pushing off of another building that also doesn't have a foundation, because none of the buildings have foundations. We've seen them constructing them. Whoop. So again, Judy, knowing that they are massive, they overwhelm the size of everyone else here in Little Rodentia. And what does she do? She throws the weasel and his bag of stuff just around. Doesn't give a shit about all the people she could crush or anything like that. Doesn't care about building damage or anything. She just throws it, and somehow it pays off for her. Because in this, he kicks this, and it almost crushes this random shrew. Right? But as it's going to turn out, because everything works out for Judy, the entire universe bends over backwards to make sure Judy never suffers any actual consequences. No, this random shrew is actually vitally important to the plot. Because of course she is. Just imagine the police having a fight in Babyville. Oh, I know, right? Yeah, she's unironically a Mary Sue. All throughout. All throughout the entire thing. Again, she gets given a hard time, but she doesn't suffer failure. You know what I mean? She doesn't actually face true consequences or doesn't face any actual obstacles. Everything just works out for her, even though she's incredibly stupid and causes all these problems. Again, he could squeeze through the tiny little entryway to Little Rodentia, but that inner tube of a donut shop, like, no, that's just too small. Yeah, the closest thing she suffers is Nick leaves, but he's not even gone that long. Again, I like that he again, he's literally reading her the riot act. Almost literally, because inciting a scurry, aka, riot. Reckless endangerment of rodents. But to be fair, you did stop a master criminal from stealing 24 moldy onions. Yeah. And again, she then tries to be pedantic to the chief. Like, why? Why? You are in major trouble here. Okay? Why are you being so pedantic to the chief now? Why are you trying to flex? Oh, I'm actually so smart. Don't you know that? No. That's not just moldy onions. That's a specific varietal of onions. Let me explain to you, this is not helping your case. Yeah, are you going to pay for the damage you caused to the donut shop? Like, what about all the claims and everything like that? It was your chase that caused it to happen. The city's got to pay for it. Shut your tiny mouth now. Again, and now she's trying to explain what her job is to the chief. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? You are the fucking new guy. You don't explain what your job is to the chieftain, alright? Unless you tell me those bulbs are $1,000 each, it doesn't matter. Exactly. Now, what we find out later is apparently they were actually night howlers hidden within the bulbs. But we don't know that yet. And again, I have such a big problem with night howlers being the name for it. Anyways, it's all set pieces. They're like, what can wolves be called? Night howlers, because they howl at night, which isn't, I mean, yeah, they howl at night. They howl during the day. They howl during dawn. They howl at noon. Like, wolves howl when they howl. Night isn't required. It's just a lot of other things are sleeping at night, so the wolf howl kind of stands out more. But they howl every time. Yep. But then we get into like the plant species is called night howlers, and their explanation for why is oh well, if you touch them, it can make you go crazy. Okay. Where does the night part come in? It's so obviously like they thought through the name first and then tried to retroactively fit it. And it's like, you could have easily changed this. Be like, we call them night howlers. Why? Well, when you touch them, you get a little bit of madness. You go crazy, howling mad, basically. And we call them night howlers because they're a lunar botanical, where they only bloom in the moonlight. Again, there are plant species that do that. We literally have a plant species called the moonflower. It only blooms at night. Oh. But now I'm just, now I'm just working myself up into being mad. Oh. Or I don't want to be a mean mayor, I want to be a real cop. Do you think the mayor asked me what I wanted when he assigned you to me? Yeah. Hold such hold. I know. I'm making myself upset. Life isn't some cartoon one, and you insipid dreams magically come true. He's 100% right. Unfortunately, okay, Chief Bogo here is 100% right. Unfortunately, the world that he's currently forced to be in the world he's forced into is this musical where you sing a little song and your insipid dreams magically come true. Again, he is entirely in the right. 100% right. The only reason that he is proven wrong is because this movie and its universe is bending over backwards to accommodate Judy Hopps. The entire universe revolves around her, which is incredibly fucking stupid. And then, again, Mrs. Otterton just runs up here and barges into the chief's office. Like, lady, I know you are, like, in grief right now. You want to find your husband and everything like that. You can't do that. No. You don't get to do that. And, of course, who's the only officer that even tried to stop her? Did he not even think to tell one of the other officers to stop her from doing this? I'm sorry, sir. The morbidly obese and out-of-shape Clawhauser. Of course. Again, he knows the name. This is classic manipulation and things like that. It's like, okay, lady, I know you're in pain and you're in grief. You are not the only one that is currently going through this. We are trying. Again, we only find out later that it's an actual conspiracy to make sure the police stay in the dark. And not from the bad guy. But it's a conspiracy to make sure the police stay in the dark because they literally don't know what's going on. Again, the mayor is entirely in the right. The mayor is unironically the good guy in this movie. And then, of course, Judy just jumps in and immediately declares she will take the case. Which is just like, again, Judy, the chief is entirely in the right to fire her ass right here. Like, he is pissed. Judy's being all smug about, oh, haha, see, she wants me on the case. So he is entirely in the right to fire her ass right here. You're fired. When he, and this is the thing. Always the most arrogant and full of themselves people. What? Why? What did I do wrong? This plays back in later again when she advocates for a race war, and doesn't understand why Nick is upset at her. Like, what did I do wrong? Like, oh my God, you are genuinely stupid. Holy shit. Yep. Judy, who doesn't even know what street she's on, she is so new. Exactly. What did I do wrong? Everything. Everything. Like, you are so far in the wrong here. Holy crap. Oh my God. Insubordination. Now I'm going to open this door. You're going to tell that otter you're a former meter maid with delusions of grandeur. I just heard Officer Hops is taking the case, an assistant mayor. Again, the universe bends over backwards to make sure that Judy never suffers any actual consequences. Always bends over backwards for her, right? Here we go. And this is the DEI thing we were talking about, right? This is the DEI. The Mammal Inclusion Initiative. Yeah. So, here's the thing I'm trying to figure out, right? The Mammal Inclusion Initiative. Who's being excluded? Exactly. Like, who is actually being excluded? Because they have... Yeah, exactly. That's it, Rapar, right there. Isn't their entire population mammals? Isn't this like the Human Inclusion Act? Yeah. Who exactly is being excluded here? What do you mean? What the fuck does the Mammal Inclusion Initiative actually mean? What are you talking about? Like, you know what I'm talking about. I literally don't. You're all literally mammals. That's like saying the Species Inclusion Initiative. What do you mean? The Planet Inclusion Initiative. What do you mean? They claim herbivores are, despite being a democracy, preds are in all positions of power. Except the chief of police and a lot of other people. Exactly. It's like, yeah, no, it doesn't work on any level, like whatsoever. It just does not work. There's no rationale here. But obviously this is supposed to be the DEI thing, right? That's what it's supposed to be. Yes, otters are carnivores. Remember, all of the missing mammals are predators. All of them. Every single one of them missing is a predator. Which I don't know how they didn't also put that together. But, you know, it's this movie. This movie is not very intelligent. Oh. Us little guys really need to stick together, right? Again, so it's just a size thing. Like glue. Again, look how smug and happy Judy is. It's so. It's just so fucking disgusting, right? Yeah, Judy is so oppressed, let me tell you. Despite making up 10% of the population, predators make up. I love how they make that argument too. Again, remember that's when Judy advocates for a race war. Like let's we'll get there eventually. We're 33 minutes into this movie, chat. And look at this. Look at this smug, arrogant little bitch. Holy shit. Ugh. If they called it the Prey Inclusion Initiative, folks could get upset or question it. You wouldn't vote against the Happy Puppy Act or Freedom for Voters Act. Yeah, oh my god. Ugh. Her side literally has the number. Oh, absolutely. As we've seen, 81 million in Bunny Burrow alone. Like, oh my god. Oh my god. She's not a bitch such. She's a Karen. What's the term for a female rabbit? A hoe. I don't know. I don't know what a female rabbit is called. Again, like, she is exceedingly lucky that that the chief of police is even humoring this. The chief of police could have just stamped his feet and went to Lionheart and been like, "No, you don't fucking understand. Like, I know what your assistant said. No, you don't fucking understand. I don't care." But again, the universe bends over backwards to make Judy like the star in everything she does, and never has to ever suffer any consequences for anything she ever does. Oh. She's not the prince with 1,000 enemies. Yep. Should have just put two and two together when I remembered males or bucks. Oh. Wow. I guess that gives a whole new meaning to... Yeah. Huh. Yeah. Rabbits are like deer. Well, I guess so. Maybe that's why the jackalope comes in. Yes, both are pretty delicious. I will agree. Yeah, so she finds Nick, who she saw in part of the picture, right? And that's what led her to Nick. She then goes and hustles Nick, gets him to talk about his felony tax evasion, right? And she has it on a pin. She has it on a pin that was also a recorder. When did she get this? Or why does she have this? Who fucking knows? She just has it, and it's carrot shaped because she's a bunny. Yes, that is entrapment. Like, now, we don't know what their laws are in this universe, because remember, a wolf baring his teeth apparently was enough to get locked up. So their laws are probably pretty terrible in all regards. So they might not even have entrapment as a thing, right? But in the real world, that would be 100% entrapment. Goading someone into trying to confess to something because they'll be like, look, I was just trying to brag to get this lady to shut the hell up. And it's like, yeah, but you said on this thing, it's like, have you ever heard of fucking entrapment? Like, they tried to pin a crime onto me that I didn't commit? Yeah. So, In the real world, this would be thrown out, like, immediately. But you could also say maybe he doesn't know that entrapment would save him here, right? Oh, yeah. Oh, they get so... We haven't even gotten to the mob connection yet, where Judy mobs up. Like, she is one of the most corrupt cops you will see. Like, again, she's already using entrapment against Nick to force him into compliance with a case. That's very much no bueno. Like, that already is a massive amount of corruption that would get your ass fucking, like, tossed. And later on, she's going to work with the actual, literal mafia and threaten to murder a suspect to get what she wants. And again, mixed messaging the movie. We go to the naturist thing, which, again, this disgusting species. I think it's water buffalo. I'm not sure offhand, but that is genuinely, like, they're infamous for having flies everywhere. Just bleh, bleh. Disgusting creatures. Disgusting creatures. But again, we go into this to then play off the whole thing of like, oh, you thought elephants were smart and remembered everything, right? No. So they play on the whole that off as the whole thing of like a stereotype. I have no memory of this beaver. Like, again, they're playing the stereotype. That, oh, this stereotype is wrong, and he's actually the one that remembers everything. While also, yes, having that particular tattoo art and the red dot in her forehead. Because, you know, we shatter or we debunk some stereotypes, but other stereotypes, you know, 100% full bore send it. Do not redeem! Do not redeem! Do not redeem the card! What? Do not redeem! I am redeeming it right now. No! Oh. Yep. Oh my god. It's just so, like, it's what a disaster. What a disaster on every level. Any missing spaces? And then, again, we go from them trying to debunk stereotypes while also having stereotypes literally built in right there. And then we go into immediately the next stereotype. Like, just right afterwards, you know, stereotypes are bad and wrong, but also here's all the stereotypes that are 100% true. And as I said to my chat while we were watching the movie, I'm like, welcome to hell, everyone. Welcome to hell. The DMV staffed by sloths. Welcome to, this is the waiting room lobby of hell itself. This is, yeah, you're in for just absolute misery. Are you saying because he's a sloth he can't be fast? So this is the other thing. I know it's supposed to be like, oh, look, Flash, 100-yard dash. And he's driving around at the speed of the fucking sound. But he's a sloth. So he still has the, like, reaction times and movement of a sloth. None of it fucking works. Even their joke about him being behind the wheel of the car doesn't fucking work. Just... Ugh. It's funny, when I made my setting, I did make an adventures to get an appointment, so they had to fight bureaucracy. Oh, God, yeah. Yeah. Okay, so obviously the joke, and again they play it the whole time, is that he's slow. So now we jump ahead. They find the address. It's a limo service that's over in Tundra Town. They're going to go check out the limo, what it is. And again, as we were talking about, the legal system in here has to be super fucked. Because she says that she doesn't actually need a warrant if she sees something suspicious. However, that doesn't work when you're the one that set up the suspicious situation. Right? Again, more corruption. Judy Hopps is a genuine corrupt cop. Dirty cop. Like, she is the one that enabled and encouraged the activity for which she personally decided to investigate. Her ass is going in as co-conspirator. And needless to say, she will not be on the police force anymore. An Asterix and Obelix with a Centralink? Oh, God. So they then go and investigate the limo and find the limo is absolutely shredded. It has been torn to pieces. She'll be police chief. Don't fucking say that. Again, and don't spoil anything about the second movie. I will fucking slap your ass. Because I'm trying to go in blind. All I know is about the snake because obviously the snake is on the fucking box art and cover and everything. So, hey, they have reptiles for once. We'll find out from there. Yeah, so they go to investigate the limo, and yeah, this is when Nick is the one that puts the pieces together, figures out who actually owns this limo, and that they are in deep, deep trouble. I'm not sure why the polar bears are suddenly investigating what's going on. But, yeah, they go to leave, and the polar bears are here, who work for the mob, right? These are literal mafia goons. I'm not sure why they came to look at the limo. No idea. Judy, again, in her infinite wisdom, almost gets them killed. Nick is trying to, like, appease the Don, the joke being that this is Mr. Big. Obviously, he's tiny. Haha, funny joke. Everybody makes that. Tiny Tim, and it's the biggest dude in the room. Anyways. So, Nick is trying to smooth things over. Like, he's getting the riot act read to him by the mob boss. And then Judy, like, not reading the room, because again, she is dumb. Not reading the room at all, whatsoever. starts trying to throw her weight around as an officer of the law. Like, Nick is trying to save their lives, and she's just, no, I'm a cop. I'm an actual cop, and I'm on this case and everything, and I'm going to investigate you, and you're the one at fault, and therefore I'm going to nail you to the wall. While standing in a room with nothing but mobsters, no backup whatsoever, no one will know where she went. Like, Judy is not smart in the slightest, right? Like, I guess you could say they weren't exactly being quiet, but I don't know. Like, it's one of those things like, how loud was it really? How loud were they being? Like, did they have stuff there? I don't know why they were investigating, but they investigated. Then they were mobbed up, obviously. Judy, of course, trying her best to get them both killed. And would have succeeded were it not for the most, like, unlikely bullshit ever. Which is, all of a sudden it turns out that random vole she saved from the donut is the Don's daughter. Yeah. The random vole that was only put in danger because of Judy's actions and saved by Judy is the daughter of the Mafia Don, and this saves their life. Even though Judy was doing everything in her power to get them both killed. Because the universe just bends over backwards and does everything it possibly can to save Judy and make sure she suffers no consequences for her actions, ever. I mean, not everything in her power. She'd fire off any slurs. I mean, she might as well have when you're talking to a Don, right? Yep, shitty reference to a great movie. And again, that's the whole thing. It's not just a reference. That is an actual Sicilian thing. Like, can't refuse on the day of his daughter's wedding, sort of thing. It's supposed to be a tradition, but yeah, oof. It's just so poorly handled. Also, I find it. This is another thing too. Is like, I just want to know the practicality of how this all works. You know, why do the polar bears listen to the voles? Like, what do they actually bring to the table that the polar bears can't do themselves? You know what I mean? Because the voles aren't the muscle or anything like that. Are they saying all the polar bears are dumb? Like, is it just the brains of the operation sort of thing? Like, what? How did this arrangement come about? Because the way the actual mafia works is like power, right? Your power and your capability, your ability to inflict violence, can directly like associate yourself with the power you hold within the organization. You know, if you're someone that just talks a big game, but it can't do shit, well, you're not going to go very far. Like, you're probably going to get put in your place permanently. So, Why don't any of the polar bears try to take over, ever? You know, there's a bunch of shorts related to Mr. Big's story, but still doesn't make any sense. Oh, great. Yeah. Making him resemble Marlon Brando was a choice. Yeah. 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 Honestly, okay. God, I know I'm fucking obsessed with wolves. Honestly, if I would have done a mafia group, and we have done it in the books, Guardians of Nature and House of Desires, but if we were going to do a mafia group, it'd be wolves. And the reason was because their close association with family and pack, right? That's a that's the thing. Polar bears are more solitary creatures. Snow leopards, again, small packs, but much more solitary. Not really known for big groups of snow leopards. So, of a species that would be in Tundra Town, I would make wolves be the mafia group, right? That's their defining feature is their familial connections and their pack mentality. Again, you couldn't have gotten the absolute hilarious jokes, but I don't know. It'd actually make fucking sense. that that'd be a start. Now that you talk about packs and families, fuck Hyraxes for some reason, even though sounds funny. Mm. Oh my god. I missed the mute button. My apologies, chat. I hope you enjoyed ASMR burp. Oh my god. Oh my god, that gave me heartburn too. Ugh. Those rodents that say Awawa. Anyway, money from inventing something. Though, considering the int level of predators versus prey, the predators should be the inventors making the most money. Yes, absolutely. Oh my god. Okay. Like I said, I would have made this be a wolf pack because of the familial connection and everything like that, and it would still work for the whole thing of like the bad blood between um, wolves and foxes and coyotes. Wolves do not like things scavenging their food at all, and that could have been played into like Nick got a little greedy, and he didn't sell like a skunk butt rug, which that's stupid. But it could have been like, I took something from them and I felt really bad about it, but once you cross them, that's kind of it. And that was the thing that Oliver the Wolf guy was talking about in that short reviewed, was that originally Mooney and his husky were the bestest of friends, but then there was a moment where the husky should have backed down and didn't. And so now Mooney's like, no, we're no longer friends. If I see you, I will kill you. Like, your rightful place was to back down from me, and you didn't. Your ass is done. But yeah, anyways. So going forward, Nick, obviously, he's here just for sheer luck. But granted, Judy almost got him fucking killed. Having his little vole cake and everything. But also, apparently, Otterton is mobbed up too, because he works for the Vole here. He works for Mr. Big. So why was Otterton like? So Otterton's wife is like a mob wife and everything. Like what? Like he's part of the family. Like, oh, okay, that's weird, but all right. So the otter that lives in the desert, which God, that's gotta suck, works for the mob, or is at least so closely associated with the mob that he can personally call the Don and tell him he needs to mention something, and the Don will send him a limo to pick him up. Like, very strange. Very, very fucking strange how any of this works. Also, you didn't really scare your driver half to death. I mean, I guess that's technically true, but you should have mentioned he slashed your driver, right?
My child, we may be evolved, but deep down we are still animals.
Ugh. And again, more stereotyping of everything. Just this movie is literally stereotypes the movie. And they choose very minute ones to like debunk, and then they go full head first into other stereotypes. So, the mob boss now leads them over to the Panther, who is the driver and everything, and he got all slashed up and stuff. He's hurt. He's not having a good time. And just, I don't understand exactly why the Panther gets targeted. So this is another part where I don't understand Mayor Bellwether's, or Assistant Mayor Bellwether's plan. What is her goal exactly? I know it's to foment like resentment and rebellion and everything like that, so she can grab power. But why did she go after the driver? The driver who can expressly tell the story about a predator going mad. She wants the story out there. Yeah, shut up, that's her plan, yeah. Again, the Bellwether wants the story out there. Why would you try to silence the driver if you want the story known? That would be more likely, Mayor Lionheart would have silenced the driver because he doesn't want to cause a panic. Again, Mayor Lionheart, his only wrongdoing is the fact that he's locked these people away and not letting their loved ones know. That's his wrongdoing. He's entirely right in all of his other actions. Like, actually choosing to lock them up is the right call. Actually choosing to keep it a secret is the right fucking call. He has scientists and doctors there researching to try to figure out what the hell is going on. Because he doesn't want people to be like, hey, at any time, we have no idea the cause of it. At any time whatsoever, your friends, your neighbors, maybe even a loved one you care about could suddenly go feral and attack you. Good luck, everybody. No, he makes the smart decision. Like, no, we're not going to just do that and, like, cause mass panic and hysteria and everything. No, we're going to actually, like, try to solve the problem. So he would be the one most likely to silence the Panther. But Bellwether silences the Panther instead. Why did she do that? That actually goes against her plan. And this is also where we learned how bad the Zootopia Police Department is actually operated, because Clawhauser is their only dispatcher in existence, which is stupid. Where again, the metaphor falls flat. Your black neighbor isn't a different species and isn't going to try and eat you. I mean, he might try to eat you, but that doesn't have anything to do with him being black. There are cannibals in the world. But yeah, no, everything here, none of their metaphors, none of their like intended messaging, none of their themes actually work in Zootopia. It's all a total fucking mess, right? And remember, the universe bends over backwards to always make sure Judy Hopps is correct in everything she does, and she never faces any consequences. And like, it's just frustrating. This whole thing is just so fucking frustrating. So yeah, Officer Hopps calls in to dispatch. And this is the part that frustrates me even more. So she calls into dispatch. I'm going to take it off here a second. Alright, and then we see it's just Clawhauser. It's Clawhauser currently bragging about an app he has to a suspect that's in handcuffs, another wolf. Why is it always the wolf that's in handcuffs? What the fuck? But it's another suspect in handcuffs with another officer holding the wolf's shoulder. And there's a dispatch call coming in. Clawhauser doesn't see it because he's an idiot. He doesn't see it, he doesn't hear it, he's not registering it because he's too busy indulging in his vices. But this other officer doesn't at all either, and Clawhauser's the only dispatch they have? Why? What in the fuck? This is another problem with when you write something and you don't know how things actually function, and you only know about dispatch because, oh, the police always say that on those police shows, but you don't actually know what dispatch actually is. It's just like, oh my god. No, that's the thing, is they're not incompetent. Like, that's the part that's, again, they're mixed messaging all over the place. The police aren't actually incompetent in this. It's so fucking frustrating. They're inefficient. Right? Yep. Well, the small town has a single dispatcher, not the enormous metropolis. Yeah. Again, a small town, maybe one dispatcher or two. Usually it's two, just in case. But, yeah. This being this gigantic, enormous metropolis with all this technology and everything like that obviously needs like 50 fucking nuclear generators to even run the walls. Oh my god. No, they're not going to have a single dispatcher who is not only not just a dispatcher, but he's the front fucking desk of the police department. Are you kidding me? Oh my god. Ugh. And again, it's the rainforest, so it's raining all the time. There is no stopping the rain in the rainforest. As we know, rainforests are literally raining 24/7, 365. There is no breaks in the rainforest. There are no dry days in the rainforest. It's all just rain. Forever. uh Oh my god. And remember, this isn't like normal rain. This is artificial rain. They can choose to stop this rain. They don't. They keep the sprinklers running all the time. You got to see them when she was riding the train into Zootopia. They're running 24/7. It's just sprinklers all the time. Again, I hate the fact that, like, Nick is like, oh my god, you saved my life. Sure, she did in this, but then she gets all smug about it. Well, that's what we do at the ZPD. You literally tried to get us killed by the mob boss. Okay? Fuck off with this. That's what we do at the ZPD. You actively tried to get me killed. Like, holy shit. Not just me, yourself too, because you're stupid. Like, oh my god. And again, plummeting to their deaths, but they don't actually hit the ground because, boom, the vines catch them at the last possible moment. And who shows up? But the moment that they're here in the vines, the police force shows up. Which, honestly, incredibly good response time. But it is an officer in danger situation. So yeah. Okay. Benny, stop it. I know you're stuck on this Rafael Perez or whoever the fuck they are, and you've mentioned them 5 times in the stream now. Even to the point where you like gave him the nickname Clawhauser because like, you know, Clawhauser's probably Rafael Perez. And it's like, just please, Benny, please stop. I beg, please stop. Okay. And then here's the part that frustrates me. So you saw all that damage that happened, okay? There was all that damage that the panther or the jaguar did. Sorry, it's not a panther, it was a jaguar. That's all the damage the jaguar did, all the like claw marks and everything everywhere. The pole is obviously damaged from the cuffs that were on it, and they don't even look for evidence. You can even see that the railing is broken. But no, we're not going to take any evidence or any of the scratch marks or anything like that. No. It's not here. Also, now it's not raining? Why'd they turn the sprinklers off? Why'd you turn the sprinklers off? They were on 24/7 before, now the sprinklers are off. What the fuck? Evidence? Is this a Sherlock Holmes story or something? And then Bogo, again, doing the race-tisms thing. You think I'm going to believe a fox? It's just, it's so stupid. Again, Bogo has been in the right in every aspect of this. And then here now, suddenly Bogo is not being reasonable. Right? Chief Bogo has been correct every other step of the way. But now, here, suddenly, when Judy has to face consequences because Nick saves her. Because again, the universe just bends over backwards. Suddenly, no, it's okay. It's totally fine. No, we're all fine here. Judy doesn't actually have to face the consequences of her actions. Oh. So, he basically explains she still has time left. She's going to use the entire time. They then get on the tram and leave. And he tells his sad backstory about how he got abused when he was a little kid. Which is the fox form of kid. So he got abused, pretty harshly hazed and everything and made fun of. And that's when he decided that he was just going to be a bad fox no matter what. Because that's all anybody would ever see him as anyways. Which there is some truth to that. That if you always see somebody as something and you always push that onto them, they're going to turn into that thing just because, well, if you're never going to see me as anything else, I might as well. This is when Nick does his little thing because he doesn't want to face what Judy's talking about. He does his little clown spiel about, like, oh, look at all that traffic. And then he clocks on to, wait, all the traffic cameras. Which begs so much more question. Because if there are traffic cameras literally everywhere, which is what Nick says, like they're literally everywhere and they're on all the time, did no single officer, none of them, ever look at the traffic cams? Ever? Like, not even once for any of the mammals whatsoever? Because it's so absurd. The number of traffic cameras are so ludicrous that they have traffic cameras on every single road and exit and access way. Everything. It's not just the major highways. It's every little byway. It's every little toll road. It's every little off-ramp. Every little, like, construction divot. No, they've got fucking cameras everywhere. And you're telling me those were never checked by anyone in all 14 missing mammal cases? Ever? Like, it's just so weird because it's like, it's trying to be like, oh, well, only Nick was smart enough to figure this out. And he's like, oh, it's funny you mentioned that, Rapar. Because you know all those cameras that were used in the UK to find criminals? Well, guess who the majority of the criminals were? And thus the UK police have turned off those cameras because it could lead to unfortunate racial tensions, is what they said. It's like, huh, I wonder what you found. Bunch of assholes. Now, you know, if it had been white people all over those cameras, oh, they would have kept those cameras going 24/7. But no, because the cameras, unfortunately, were documenting that it wasn't white people doing all the crimes, they have decided to suspend the usage of the cameras. Oh, the UK is a joke. It's an actual joke. Yep, the facial recognition is super accurate when detecting black people. Oh. Oh my god. And again, Bellwether is just constantly harassing the mayor, right? She's not taking any initiative to, like, clear up anything or take care of anything. Now, some people have made the argument she's doing it intentionally to, like, undermine him. But she doesn't know. I don't get if she knows that the mayor is actually trying to solve the problem or not. I don't understand. So, yeah. I don't get it. I don't actually understand what they're trying to do here. Like, either she is incompetent or she's maliciously doing this. And I don't understand, like, what way they're actually trying to lean towards, because it doesn't look good in either regard, you know? And then, for whatever reason, Nick throwing shade at wolves, which is frustrating. Who are these guys? Timberwolves. Look at these dum-dums. It's like, I don't again, I don't understand the whole thing here, like at all. Like, you should do some actual research. I know people talk about the cunning fox and everything like that, but maybe you should actually look into wolves for once. I'm frustrated because I know a lot about wolves, right? But imagine somebody that knows a lot about bunnies or knows a lot about rhinos or elephants or any number of the other species in here that are constantly just reduced down to their stereotype. Or not even a stereotype, but a wrong stereotype. It's frustrating. Yeah, so they see the Timberwolves, and for whatever reason, Judy comes up with it. Yeah, bet you a nickel one of them is going to howl. And there it is. What is it with wolves and the howling? Again, and only because he specifically said the word howling, she figures out howlers, night howlers. It's wolves. Okay, so the reason wolves howl, they actually have, what is it? Is it 5 distinct howls? There are specific pitches and vocalizations of howls that wolves do, and they mean different things, and they're very important to how wolves function and operate. The most famous one is the one that people will play, the sound clip that people play all the time. The like kind of mournful, lingering, fluctuating, the oh, for nighttime. That's most time whenever you see like a show, a movie, or anime in particular does nighttime and there's a wolf howl, they'll do that howl, right? That howl is known as the lonely howl. And it is intentional. It is intentionally called that. What that howl is doing is it's actually calling out as like, hey, I need to know where you guys are. I am now alone. Where are you guys? And they are listening for the return howl that comes with it. The howl that answers the lonely howl. They are listening for their family because they know their family's voice. They're listening to hear mom, dad, brother, sister, whatever, calling back to them. That's what they're listening for. So that's the lonely howl. Then you have the gathering howl, which is usually done by the lead alpha of the pack. And okay, we also need to discuss that there's no actually true alpha. Okay, how do we get to discuss this? Wolf packs are family units, right? In captivity, wolf packs are not family units. They are a societal bond, and you get the alpha, the beta, the omega thing, right? In wolf packs in the wild, the alpha is the lead breeding pair father, okay? The mother, the matriarch, is also very important. She's the one that dictates a lot of what the pack does, but the father is like the rallying cry, the call to attention, everything like that. Sort of, yeah. Anyways. So you have the return call, and you have the rallying call, which the alpha, again, the father of the pack, he's the one that will call to rally the pack to his side. There's that famous example in Yellowstone where there's a black wolf way in the distance. There's a pack of like 30 wolves that are like all sleeping. And he's way in the distance, and he starts howling, and all the wolves stand up, and they all run over to him. That's him doing the rallying call. They have the hunt, lonely, rallying, hunt, territorial. I'm trying to remember what the fifth one is. But the territorial howl is the one that you will hear most often, and that's to associate, like, if you hear a wolf howl and then a few other wolves join in with it, that is a territorial call. That is the wolves establishing that this is where we are, this is our turf, this is our territory. And the number of voices in that call is indicative of how large the pack is, all right? Then there's the slur for when they meet bunnies and other lesser nature gangs. Oh my god. Yeah. Excuse me. Oh, the fifth one was the pup call, the pup howl, because the pups, those adorable little pups have their own little howls, and it is specifically done because they don't know yet they don't know their family's voices yet. They're still learning, and the wolf pups have their own specific howl that they do. And it is stinking adorable. See? They don't quite know the functionality yet. But yeah, the pup howl is the fifth one. And they will the parents and everything like that, the rest of the pack will be slowly teaching them how to properly do it. Oh. Yeah, so anyway, for the purposes here of this, that's just to answer Nick's question. Why do wolves howl? There are many reasons, and they all actually have a meaning for why they do it. It's the same thing why, like, if you howl, a lot of wolves will try to howl back because it's a sign, right? And you only really howl if you're confident in yourself. Even the lonely howl is only done when you know there's no other wolves or anything else nearby to threaten you. You then do the lonely howl and you listen for the retort, the response, to try to find your pack. So wolves will howl like that, and then it's a kind of a built-in response when you hear a howl that you howl in return. Because again, you're trying to establish, like, hey, you know, if you know us, you know where to find us now. If you don't know us, this is our turf. Stay away. Yeah, that's what Manches was about. The wolves are the night howlers. Again, how convenient, right? How convenient that, one, they were wolves that came to pick him up and not any other species, but two, that this whole thing is about night howlers, and she just assumes night howlers means wolves. And it works out for her. Again, it just works out for her. But this is what I talk about, how, like, there are literally cameras going everywhere, right? And none of them, like, no officer ever did this. No officer ever looked at any of this stuff. No officer, like, has a map of the camera layouts or anything. But they even show an off-access road, maintenance tunnel 6B. They have a fucking camera looking at the maintenance tunnel. And then a camera looking at the other end of the maintenance tunnel. Like, what the fuck? You're kidding me. They have cameras everywhere. It's just, like, look at this. Like, why? What is the purpose of this camera here? What's the purpose of this camera here? It's a one-lane road, super windy and everything. Why do you have a camera here? And as we find out, where does this road go? It goes to this, an old rundown, like, asylum. So they have asylums in this world, apparently. Oh my god. Yep. This also frustrates me. So, what's the problem we have here? I'll let you guys see it in motion, because in motion is what showcases the problem, right? Okay. So we're coming up here. What do you notice about this? Do you see what the issue is with it being in motion? Well, one, yeah, why is he watching the facility and not the road coming in? But two, the wind direction. Like, even if we get into the whole, like, why is he not watching the facility? Or why is he watching the facility and not the roadway coming in? What's the other problem? The wind is blowing towards the wolves. But they only remember that when it's no longer as big of a deal, which just frustrates the shit out of me. Like, the wind is blowing towards them. How do they not smell you two when the scent is like wildly like their biggest feature? And it's actually when Nick goes downwind instead, all of a sudden now he smells him. Now the wolf is like, what the fuck? I smell the... Nick is now downwind. Yeah, how do you smell him now? I don't understand. I don't understand. And then Judy saves him by howling, but she is right beside the wolf. Like, look at this distance. How? How in the fuck? Oh. Just oof. Big oof. Because they're outside of the 30-foot range of the ability. Look where they were. They were within 3 feet of the wolf before. Now suddenly he smells them. Yeah, it's me yelling at you from outside your room. Hey, distraction. Yeah. And then the wolf, like, freaks out, can't register that it's literally coming from down into beside him, which, again, if you know anything about wolves, wolves are incredibly adept at finding and locating where sounds are coming from. Okay? Like, that's why wolves howl, and they use those howls for navigation and territory marking. Alright? They are incredibly adept at finding, like, where a sound is coming from. So this is just more of that stuff that's just so frustrating. It's like, she's literally 3 feet from him. And he can't. And he just can't figure out that it's beside him to the point that he starts howling. Which then brings his buddy over. Who, how did the buddy not see Nick? Because remember, he was on the other side of this barrier. So he had to turn and look or come around this barrier, and he's at a distance. He can see Nick is literally standing right here in the open. Right beside the hutch. Oh my god. You're gonna start a howl. I didn't start a howl. Yeah, so he starts it, and again, this is an instinctual thing, so this, even though it seems like this is comical, this is actually more accurate. Because remember, howls aren't just used because they want to. There's a meaning and purpose behind it. And when you hear a howl, you howl back, not just for, again, if the lonely howl is now being answered, it can register, hey, do I know that voice? I don't know that voice. I'm not going to go towards it. I know that voice over there. I'm going to go towards that one. Or then the reason you howl if you don't recognize the lonely howl's voice is because this is our territory. This is our turf. Don't come this way. This is our domain. So wolves will actually, if a howling starts, other wolves will join in because it's an instinctual thing. And it's all part of like what their instincts are and how they handle like pack mentality, how they deal with packs and going out to hunt, to look for food, because they don't all hunt in one direction. When a pack goes hunting, they will disperse some of the wolves out in different directions because they don't want to put all their eggs in one basket, right? Wolves are an intelligent hunting species. They don't put their eggs all in one basket and they all go the same direction. No. What they do is they will disperse out some wolves, which is why you'll find wolves that roam alone. They're not actually lone wolves. That gets into a whole other thing. They are out on their own because they're looking for food. And then they're called back to be like, hey, over here, or no, not here. And then they gather back together. The call will be made to gather everyone back together that went out dispersing to come in as a family unit, and they'll hone in on where the food was actually found. The idea of lone wolves, by the way, is, again, it's finding wolves that are out hunting. They're looking for food where they're gonna bring their pack in towards it, or it is what are known as disperser wolves. Disperser wolves are wolves that leave their pack to go find a mate. They are not alone for long. It's not a like, oh, they choose like, I'm the lone wolf, I'll never be together. No. They disperse to go find a mate so they can start their own pack or join another pack who whatever their mate is in. Yeah, lone wolf status is temporary, very much so. Now, there are some like crazy examples of lone wolves because there's another thing where wolves will. Another misconception is that all wolves are the exact same and wolves will only have one mate for their entire life, which is not true. Wolves are individualistic as well. They have their own personalities, they have their own traits. They're very complicated with their relationships and everything. Most wolves will choose one mate that they do actually fall in love with, and it's there together for the rest of their lives. And that's the only one they'll ever have. But you have other wolves, one of the most famous examples being from the Druid pack known as Casanova. And he was given that name for a very good reason, because he slept around with as many of the females as he possibly could. He was a lover, he was not a fighter. But yeah, Casanova slept around quite a lot. He had a lot of puppies. Wolves ain't birds to die when their mate dies. Correct. Oliver the wolf guy has a 15-year-old wolf female. She was originally part of the breeding pair he had way back when. All of the wolves, even the current alpha of the group, who is Icknick, he still bows down before the matriarch, because they still fear and respect her, even though she's 15 years old now. She's a very old wolf. She a very old wolfie. Like, most wolves don't live to be that old. Unfortunately. Right? Because you got to think about it. Only really captive wolves or very, very lucky wolves live to be really old. And that's because as they're aging, their teeth are actually wearing down and everything. Their ability to hunt, they slow down a lot and stuff. So their ability to hunt, their ability to eat the foods that they want to eat actually diminishes. Um, young wolf teeth are very, very sharp, very, very strong. Old wolf teeth have rounded out a lot. And that's because they do eat bones. They actually do chew on bones. They crack bones open. They eat the marrow. This is also why ravens use wolves a lot to, or I shouldn't say use, because it's a mutually beneficial partnership. But ravens and wolves will hunt together a lot. Ravens will find prey for the wolves, and the wolves will come over and crack it open and let the ravens eat. Because the ravens can't open up, like, they can't break bones or, like, get out the rib cages or anything like that. But wolves can. 15-year-old dogs have a lot of teeth problems, yeah. Because remember, they can't, like, replace their teeth. If they could replace their teeth like sharks could, be a totally different story. But they can't. Yeah, another thing, this howling apparently goes on so long that Nick and Judy are able to run down the entire waterway, the entire road, all the way to the asylum and not get caught at all. And then they decide to climb through the drain, which we don't see how they actually climb through the drain, but they just get up to the drain, they climb through it. You don't need to care about that. They're in the asylum now. Like, literally. Like, they don't care. We're just in the asylum now. Okay. Alright, well, fine. But here's where much more of the stuff falls apart, because the asylum is very asylum-y. I know how that sounds. So let me try to explain what I'm talking about. The asylum is very human asylum, like, created. Right? All the beds are the same exact size. All the furniture is the same exact size. There's standardization. There's no actual, like, for the different species or anything like that, which was present everywhere else in the movies. Right? Here, everything is very standard, which is what you would see in a normal asylum, because, humans, by and large, we fit a certain size mold. There are some exceptions. They are the exception, not the norm. But here, we've gotten rid of all of that. There's no, like, super massive mattresses or anything like that. There's no super massive wheelchairs around. No, they're all just normal, generic size. Every single one of them. Like, So then we get into the whole thing. Nick suddenly cowards out, and I don't know why. Now suddenly Nick's super cowardly. It's very fucking strange. But again, they come out here, and all of the asylum has a ton of new equipment, new sterilization units and everything, all new lab tech. So she's taking recordings of it and everything. The script said so, yeah. And they find that they have all of the missing mammals. Every single missing mammal is here. We then get into Mayor Lionheart. He's giving away, like, what he's doing, but he's not doing anything wrong, like, other than the fact that he's not let their loved ones know where they are. But again, he's trying to stop a panic, a genuine, like, this is not like, well, oh, there's a shark at the beach, I need to stop a panic because this is our busy season. No, that's not what's happening here. He's trying to stop an actual genuine, like, this is a society crushing panic. This is a societal collapse issue. This is not a oh, we're trying to save the businesses and stuff like that, or keep tourism going. No. Society would literally implode if it was discovered that the predators might actually be going feral again. Yeah, your neighbor can attack you at any moment. We have no idea why. You cannot let that out, right? So what Mayor Lionheart is doing is entirely correct. He is 100% in the right for his actions and everything. And again, it looks bad in hindsight, or it looks bad from an outside perspective. But when you think about it for even a moment, what he's doing is entirely correct. Like, they're actively, like, trying to solve this problem. You know what I mean? He's not being passive about it. He hasn't shoved it off on anyone else. No, he is 100% here trying to figure out what the hell is happening and trying to save people's lives. That's what he wants to do. Yeah, and again, I don't understand. This scientist here is so dumb. Like, we cannot keep it a secret. We need to come forward and tell everyone that every single like predator in the city can just snap and go crazy and try to kill you. Like, great idea. Tell the public. How do you think they're gonna feel about their mayor, who is a lion? Again, he's right. It's this framing makes him sound bad, but he's entirely right. He's pointing out the obvious here. Like, holy shit, do you understand what you're actually asking? Ugh. And again, just because, even though everything else was standardized size, the toilet in the cell they happen to be in is massive. And so, because the toilet and the pipes and everything like that are enormous, they flush themselves down the toilet. Because, of course, everything else, the universe is just constantly lining up in Judy Hopps' favor, right? The wolves come in, and they've got tasers and everything. They're going to try to get him, but they flush themselves down the toilet. Hooray. And they both get flung out over the massive waterfall and land in the water. Which we don't see how Nick lands. Judy actually tries to pencil, so she's going to land with less force. Nick is flailing and rolling and stuff like that, so, but I guess he landed fine. I guess. We just have to assume that he did because here he is. He's fine. Yeah, so then they go, they basically arrest everyone that's there, including the mayor. And the mayor is telling Judy the truth. Like, he's like, you don't understand. I'm trying to protect the city. So Judy's, again, reading him his Miranda rights, which, given everything else, I don't think they have Miranda in here. Like, I would be shocked if you have your Miranda rights here, given that you're okay with entrapment and, like, corruption and embezzlement and working for the mob. And, like, oh my god. I feel like this is just saying, yep. I understand, I was trying to protect the city. He's correct. He was indeed trying to protect the city. He was going about it in the correct manner and the correct order of things as well. Well, you can say what he did was wrong and that he didn't tell the loved ones or anything like that, but what would that do? What purpose would that serve? That would literally create the panic that he's trying to stop. So this is one of those things where, again, Judy being her smug self, like, you were just trying to protect your job. And it's like, listen, again, he's trying to explain this to you, Judy. Pay attention. We still don't know why this is happening. You can't go public with this if we don't know why it's happening. Telling people that their predators can just randomly go crazy and attack and kill and eat you, that's not good. And it's just so frustrating because, again, Chief Bogo is hearing this, all the other officers are hearing this, and none of them clock on to like, no, he's right. Like, this is bad. But again, no, Judy just has to be, yeah, it could destroy Zootopia. And then she just ignores him. She's just like, and she just immediately goes on. She literally ignores what he's saying. Like, oh, it could destroy Zootopia. Remember, she's arrogant, she's dumb, like, but the universe will still go out of its way to make her right. And then we come to the dreaded speech, where she incites a race war and encourages it through her terrible, why is this happening? We still don't know. Again. And then pulls this right out of her ass. She decides that this is what she wants to say. We still don't know. The people panic because, again, the unknown is terrifying. And then she immediately jumps in. It may have something to do with biology. A total speculation on her part that is now guaranteeing our one-way ticket to hell. No breaks, no stops, no nothing. What do you mean by that? And see, Nick immediately, because he's not dumb. He realizes what she just said. And then what makes it worse was then they, like, on the monitors, after she's like, can you elaborate on this whole DNA everything? On the fucking monitors, they show, like, all of them. Yes, what I mean is, thousands of years ago, predators survived through their aggressive hunting instincts. And on the monitors, for whatever reason, the people running the monitors put all the scary images of the predators behind her. Of them snarling and, like, biting and having to be restrained and everything. Oh my god. Oh, there's something in the DNA of certain groups that makes them more prone to violence? Again, Judy is... This is why this movie is so fucking frustrating, right? This is why this movie hurts me so much. It is so bad on so many levels, and it botches every single message and, like, plot point it has. None of it actually makes any sense together. Ugh. Again, apply the metaphor to real life now. Exactly. Even more crazy because it's a prey species that is intentionally inciting the violence. Officer Hops, could happen again. It's possible, so we must be vigilant. And we at the ZPD are prepared and are here to protect you. Will more mammals go savage? What's being done to protect us? Have you considered a mandatory quarantine on predators? Yeah. Was I okay? Oh, you did fine. And again, she comes over. She thinks she's done, like, this great thing and everything. And this is her only consequence she ever suffers, is Nick being like, holy shit, do you understand what you just said? Do you understand what you just did? Do you have any concept of what you just advocated for up there in front of everybody who is now in a panic? What do you mean? Again, she can't fathom what she did was wrong. She can't fathom, like, what she just said totally fucked everything. And that, again, Mayor Lionheart, entirely correct. Entirely. I stated the facts of the case. No, you didn't. Again, this is the problem with people. The scariest people on the planet are stupid people that think they're smart. Those aren't facts of the case. That is not the facts of the case. Not at all. That is your conjecture based off of... what? Who fucking knows? Those are not facts. There is no fact in there. There is no evidence that it is a biological component. There is no evidence that the predators are reverting to their savage ways. You made that up. You're the one that had that as conjecture and gave that into the public, who are now terrified. The facts are that there are people, 14 missing mammals, well, 15 now because of the jaguar. There are 15 missing mammals that are currently under observation for an unknown medical condition. Those are the actual facts. Now, if you get pushed and you say, are all 15 predators? Yes. All 15 of them are predators. But that's it. You can't draw any more conclusions. The doctors don't know. They don't know what's going on. They don't know why it's happening. They don't know if there's a mental problem, if it's in the water, if it's food. They have no idea. You cannot draw any other facts from that. You have to be careful. This is the kind of shit that drives me nuts. You cannot jump to the conclusions that you are jumping to. The doctor speculated that it might be biological in nature. But he said might be. He is not concluding this is. He is saying they need to take that under consideration. Like, oh my god. It's just wild. I mean, and then again, she then tries to justify. She lies and says she only said the facts of the case. That's not true. She then tries to justify herself. I mean, it's not like a bunny could go savage. This is what we're talking about here. Again, she has no concept of what she's doing. You're not like them. Oh, there's a them now. Again, she is so fucking stupid. She's so stupid. Yeah, you're a good black. That's basically what she's getting at. You're one of the good ones. It's like, oh my god. Oh my god. Just stop. Just stop, Judy. Just stop. Holy shit. Remember, Judy was the one that was trying to pretend like the whole black allegory thing. Oh, other bunnies can call bunnies cute, but when other species do it... I'm like, oh, fuck off. You're not that kind of predator. Oh, kind of makes you think you need to carry around fox repellent? Yeah, again. So this is her only real consequences she faces in the entire movie, and it's Nick basically beating the obvious into her fucking head, right? She's actually being taught a lesson here, and she doesn't recognize that it's a lesson. What if I might go savage? You think I might try to eat you? And then because he did that, she started to grab for the fox repellent. And what's amazing is, then what's it prove immediately after all of this? Like, immediately after all of this happened, like, no, he's your friend? We can't even trust our own friends? Because they saw him do the aggressive thing towards her, and now all of the news people are like, oh, did that fox attack you? No, he's my friend. We can't even trust our own friends? Have any foxes gone savage? And now, because you've opened the floodgates and Mayor Lionheart is no longer around to stop people from actually getting killed and injured, we now have our first, like, true victim, right? Congratulations, you have now, not only did you pour the gasoline over everything, you lit the match and handed it out to everyone in the city. Well done, Judy. Well done. Just, what an absolute clown show. 27th such attack comes just a week after. Like, 27 attacks now. And remember, who was keeping this from happening? It was Mayor Lionheart. He was the one that was actually ensuring that this mass panic and these attacks weren't going the way that Bellwether wanted. Well, we don't even know about if it's self-defense or anything. They don't even get into the whole concept of, like, what happens when a buck or a gazelle or a rhino or any other species tries to gore someone or attack someone. Are you telling me that there are none of the... Oh my god, wait a minute. Chat? Are any of the criminals... None of the criminals in this movie are prey. Except for Bellwether and her conspiracy. Oh my god. It's way worse than I thought. Holy shit. The only prey animals that are criminals are Bellwether and her conspiracy. Oh my god. I just like, yeah, what happens if a buck tries to gore you with his antlers and you defend yourself? Oh, fuck. Okay, well. This is also where a bunch of people are trying, obviously, a peace rally organized by pop star Gazelle. We talked about Gazelle in the thing too. You know, everyone here is angry at her and everything. You know, predator pride and and all that stuff. Again, shit story, exquisite critique of the ideology. I know, right? It's such a condemnation of leftism in general. It's fucking wild. But it is so, like, bafflingly crazy. Also, Gazelle, we talked about it. It's partially a joke, but Gazelle is on this side because I guarantee she's getting the equivalent of blacked by all the tiger dancers she has. Guarantee it. Because have you seen All of her tiger dancers. All of them. Oh. And again, Judy is like, she's only just now realizing that maybe what she did, she fucked everything up. Again, Tiger sits there, and they're now in fear. Congratulations. Yes, this is all your fault, Judy. Every single thing here is entirely your fault. She then, again, Bellwether gets made mayor. Judy finishes up the reports, and she's going to get a huge new promotion and everything. And she gets to watch as Clawhauser is being given the boot. Not from the Force entirely, but he's no longer allowed to be visible as the face of the ZPD at the reception desk. I would argue I would have done that anyways because he's a morbidly obese idiot, and that's not a good look for the ZPD. But he's getting sent down to the boiler. He's going to go work in the records room instead because he's a predator. And again, it's all Judy's fault. She then gets told that she's going to be the new face of the ZPD. That they're going to do a friendly prey face and everything like that. And she finally comes like, I came here to make the world a better place, and I feel like I didn't. But I think I broke it. That's not a think. You entirely broke it. Like, you absolutely shattered the entire concept of this world. Well done, Judy. So she quits the Force. She leaves her badge behind, and she leaves and fucks back off to Bunny Burrow so she doesn't have to face the consequences of her actions. She doesn't have to live in the city anymore. She's just going to go out here and join the farm. Not actually facing anything, not seeing all the harm she's actually done. She's running away and hiding like a little coward. Yeah, man, oh man, yeah. She can't even dramatically throw her badge in the sea like a renegade cop. Yep. Yep. Oh, I tried, and it made life so much worse for so many innocent predators. No kidding. Yeah. Yeah, and then Gideon Gray shows up, and he's a baker and everything like that. And again, why they call it Midnacampum. And they use it to keep bugs away, so it's a known... So it's a known thing, right? My family always just called them night howlers. Why? Why do you call them night howlers? Yeah, I use them to keep the bugs off the produce, but I don't like the little ones going near them on account of what happened to your Uncle Terry. Yeah, Terry ate one whole when we were kids. And went completely nuts. He bit the dickens out of your mother. It's like, what the fuck? And then her thing is a bunny can go savage. It's like, oh my god, it's not. It's not the lesson you should have been learning here, but okay, whatever. At least it gets her going in the right direction, for once. It's like your entire society is barely a step above savagery. Yeah, and the fact that they have these everywhere because the farms use it to keep the bugs off the produce. Like, what? So then she goes back into town. She begs Nick for forgiveness. Nick then puts her on the trail for where they're going to figure out who's doing the night howlers and everything. So they go to the Weasel. Weasel's like, there ain't nothing you can do to make me. So then she has the mob go to kill the guy. Bravo. Bravo, bravo, bravo. Well done. The corrupt cop is fully bloomed now. It is no longer a caterpillar. It has bloomed into a beautiful butterflower. You dirty rat, why are you helping her? She's a cop. And the godmother to my future granddaughter. I'm going to name her Judy. Oh. Yeah, so then they find the lab. And again, this is the first time we see prey animals doing anything shady in this movie. The Breaking Bad setup where they're creating the toxin to make people crazy, right? So yeah. And then, of course, because, again, everything works in Judy's favor, she kicks them out and then turns on the car. And Nick's right. How do you possibly know that this would even work? Right? How do you know this train car is so fucking old? This subway train car is more like it. It's so fucking old. How do you possibly know that this is going to work? And of course, because it's Judy Hopps and the universe literally, placates her in all regards, the train car actually fucking works. Because why wouldn't it? Well, hallelujah, it works. And again, this goes through everything, goes through the entire fight on the subway train. They barely miss colliding with another train by Judy magically kicking the ram, who then perfectly lands on the divider for the train tracks. It switches the tracks over, and they just miss. They then fall on their side, skid over, and all the evidence explodes, but Nick was nice enough to actually keep some of the evidence on him, which is their only evidence linking to the crime now, and yeah. This is when Bellwether reveals that, she's the criminal mastermind all along. And that all of the, sheep on the police force were apparently in her pocket. And of course, just out of nowhere, Judy has to be severely injured. Which is, so weird. Because the injury doesn't actually, play into anything. She's just running, and there's just a random mammoth tusk down here, and she hits it, injured. There was no other exit here. What does her being injured now, serve to do? I guess to call back to he has blueberries in his pocket? So that he can make the old switcheroo, but it's just so... I don't know. She has weak bones. So Judy's boned. All right, so they talk about their plan. His plan is he swaps the vial out for the blueberries, which I don't know why you would keep that. Predators, they may be strong and loud, but prey outnumber predators 10-1. So this is where we get into another concept that people don't like to talk about. which is the tyranny of the masses. We've talked about it before on my streams. Like, what is the tyranny of the masses? So everybody's heard of the tyranny of the minority, right? Where you have like the dictator up the top and his little cronies, and they run everything. Tyranny of the masses is the opposite approach, where the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. And this is a terrible actual like philosophy to work with because, and I've explained this, think of it as the Appalachian mountain towns, right? A lot of those mountain towns aren't big enough to be considered their own jurisdiction, so they will be tied into governance by the larger towns down in the valley. Okay? Those larger towns down the valley will not vote for things that the Appalachian mountain towns need because they don't need them. And why would we waste our money for something the people of the mountain peoples need when we don't need it? That's the tyranny of the masses. So it's a concept that you have to understand, that tyranny works both ways. You have to be careful. There have to be safeguards against it. It's an injury before her final trial, just like how a lot of other stories injure the hero just before the last trial, even though it doesn't actually impact the scene. So they clearly know how stories should be done. They just refuse to follow the rules. Yeah. For the many, the people in the cities, not the few, the farmers making the food. Yeah, exactly. This is the problem, right? I'm rural California and previously lived in LA County. What rural LAC needed wasn't what Los Angeles needed. Yeah, exactly. And that's the problem, right? That's where the problem of the tyranny of the masses comes in. So you have to be careful. That's why our founding fathers were incredibly intelligent and had stuff separated. The Senate and Congress are separate. And it was specifically to try to stop the tyranny of the majority and the tyranny of the minority. Or the tyranny of the few versus the tyranny of the many. That's why you have representatives, which are based off of population, and then the Senate, which are hard limited. That's how it's supposed to be. Obviously, there are other issues like we need term limits and everything, but they had a really good batting average. I'm not going to criticize them that they didn't think of every single minor little thing ever, and the fact that apparently 5th grade English comprehension is difficult for people. Like, I'm not going to hold that against them. They were batting pretty good. Yeah. So, anyways. Yeah, 100%. State Electoral College would be really nice, and voter ID is a must. We need voter ID now. Oh, you can't do that because they can't even think that far ahead, Rapar. They can't. It's the breakfast question. What if the roles were reversed? They literally can't conceive of that world. What if you didn't have breakfast this morning? But I did have breakfast this morning. Yeah, but what if you didn't? But I did have breakfast this morning. It's like any normal person would be like, but what if you didn't have breakfast this morning? Well, I'd probably be a lot more cranky. I know how I get. And plus my stomach, when it gets growly, it feels painful. So I'd probably be a lot more irritable. I wouldn't, want to deal with people. I'd probably try to call stuff off. Okay, when I get hungry, I'm mad. I was surprised at how red it was until the Californian license plate came in. Yep, it was Chicago. Chicago was a deep red, was a red stronghold. And then the California license plates showed up. And remember, California itself was deep red. California was originally a Republican stronghold. Like, overwhelmingly Republican stronghold. That's only fucking changed. Food comes from supermarkets. Oh my god. Those people. Yeah. If I didn't have breakfast, unfortunately that's my daily experience and I have adapted to it. Not me. No, I get super cranky if I haven't had breakfast. But mine hurts. And I know that sounds like, oh, you get a little bit of a tummy ache because you haven't eaten. Well, no, it fucking hurts. I don't know why. I don't know if it's because of the GERD or anything like that, but if I don't eat, oh my god. It feels like somebody's like stabbing me and twisting a knife. It just eat sucks. And I don't know why, and I hate it. That's why I will make sure I have breakfast. Oh. Yeah, they then try to do this. This is, again, the whole tyranny of the masses thing. 90% of the population, united against a common enemy, will be unstoppable. Yeah. There you go. Spelled out right for you. Exactly what they try to do. We then get into the whole thing, and you can tell, like, I do appreciate, again, not everything in Zootopia is bad, right? Like, I don't want that to get twisted to be like, no, every single thing they do is always bad. No, this you can tell is not like what it is. It looks like a smashed blueberry, right? Like, it actually does look like a smashed blueberry. I like that. I like that that you can tell if you're paying attention. So not everything is awful. It's just there are sparks here that are really good. There are fun jokes that are here and there, but it's just so poorly thought out. That's why I said it's not. This isn't like a 0 out of 10 movie, but this is more like a 2 out of 10 movie, right? There's a couple things that land, but it's so poorly thought out. Its story makes no sense. It has no like. What's the way to put it? It has no, its foundation is totally rotted through. Sometimes, yeah, and here, the visual effects wise, if we just talk about the visuals, like, that's one of the points it gets. Its visuals are fine. The problem is when you think past the visuals, when it's no longer spectacle, when you think about the practical functioning of anything, that's when it all falls apart, right? Isn't it pathetic where we're living in an age when pretty good SFX, sound, set design, all of this gets discounted because the writing is so shit? Man, I miss the days when a Michael Bay movie was a really bad film. Yeah. Ugh. I'm also just trying to like think about the timing of how quickly the ZPD gets here. But what's more frustrating, right? What's more frustrating about the timing and everything? What do you know? You guys won't be able to hear it, and I have it muted on my end as well to make sure it doesn't come through the microphone for any reason. But there are no like sirens. There's no warning that the police are literally here now. You know, blood, 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 and death. Well, Those would be considered good. I know, isn't that terrifying, Threadnought? Yeah, why is she, like, again, I don't understand why she's suddenly like, hey, oh no, I've been caught. It's called a hustle. Yeah, well, guess what? You're still down there in the pit by yourself. I'm just going to have our guys jump down, beat the shit out of both of you, take that pin and smash it, and have them force the fox to bite you. Like, and then we can just have those all come together and say like, hey, no, we tried to stop him, but no, he went savage. But again, instead of having this logical thing happen, where it's only been like, it hasn't even been a minute from the call that was put in, suddenly the entire force, including Chief Bogo, is here. Just because, fuck it. Why not? Right? Yep. Just why not? We're all just here. I forgot his name was Leodore. Oh my god. Why don't you just call him Leo? Why is it Leodore Lionheart? Denies any knowledge of her plot. Again. Yeah, why would he? Like, of course he didn't. He was actively working against it. Anybody with a brain could have seen that Lionheart was working against it. Also, is it always 6:01? I mean, I guess they could say the news starts at 6, but yeah. It's always 6:01. I falsely imprisoned those animals. Well, yes, I did. It's classic doing the wrong thing for the right reason kind of deal. Again, he's entirely correct. Like, again, this is not an excuse. This is not a, like, you know, he's entirely right. This is a classic doing the wrong thing for the right reason. It's 100% true. Like, yes, he imprisoned the ones that had gone feral, but he can't let them out. So they can claim ignorance about the lion pun. Ugh. The. Doctors say the night howler antidote, which, again, why do they call it night howler? Why do you call it night howler? Let me know why. Why do you call it a night howler? And also, like, I guess, yeah, antidote, fine. No, it's fine. I would figure they would have to, because other people would have gone crazy in the past. That's the only reason this would get this name, right? So I guess everybody just forgot about night howlers existing? Because? Reasons? Yep, so then we go in, and Judy gives her terrible speech where she didn't actually learn anything. And they're talking about the fox. And then we get to her ride. Like, they then do a 180, and all of a sudden, instead of her being in a vehicle appropriate to her size, this is what we get. Look at this. Look how big this fucking vehicle is. Are you kidding me? Are you shitting me? How could she reach the pedals? How could she see over the dashboard or the steering wheel? I mean, look, it's fucking enormous. It's huge. But look, she's just here. Where are the pedals in this thing? Do you remember how tiny she is? Are the pedals, like, hanging off the dashboard itself? Like, what the fuck? And this is where the They get blown past by a guy. Wait. Never mind. I might have answered my own question. Hold on a second. Hold on. It's on the floor. How does she reach? Hang on. I'm trying to get it. Hold on. It goes by. It's a blink and you miss it. No, the pedal is on the floor. How does she fucking reach? I'm gonna try. How the fuck? What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this vehicle? What is this vehicle? What is this car? Oh my god. My god. Man. Ugh. Alright. So, anyways, they go blazing out to go chase down the ne'er-do-well. License plate is literally FST animal, so fast animal. And as it turns out, the one doing 115 miles per hour is a sloth. So, again, it's even their little ending joke here doesn't work. We've seen his reflexes and everything like that. Holy shit. No, sloths would genuinely be it. No, you're not allowed to drive. Like, sloths would actually be, no, you are legally not allowed to drive. We've seen the movements and reaction times of a sloth. You are legally not allowed to drive. I'm sorry. No. Your reaction time is measured in minutes. Well, the only reason I remember is because of this. Flash, 100-yard dash. It's like, oh my god. Yeah, then it goes into the ending credits. Stop autoplay. Get out of here. But this is what I mean by, like, I feel like this is the only reason why Gazelle was on the side of predators. Do you know what I mean? I think I have 4 guesses of why Gazelle was on the side of predators. You know, just a hunch. It seems like she has a type. Yeah. I'm a think she has a type. Oh. Anyways, chat, that was like I said, it's a 2 out of 10 movie. It is so frustrating. It's just so frustrating because it's so blatantly like it just does everything wrong. And that's incredibly annoying because it has potential. You know what I mean? There are so much things you could do with it. So many things you could play with if you actually know how each animal behaves in a species way. Dealing with a concept like this of an experiment sort of thing could genuinely be really fucking cool. Like, what if predators still do have to eat meat and everything? Like, how do you handle that? Are there special farms dedicated for that? Are they allowed to go hunting? Like, I would be much more interested in a show that took this concept but actually handled it realistically. Like, how does this actually function? Are predators allowed to have, are there designated hunting grounds where they can go to and hunt? Are there, like, their population limits on prey animals to make sure that they don't overrun the fucking world and consume everything? Like, there's so much that could be done here. Like I said, even to the small things, like when it came to the mafia group being a bunch of polar bears and a bunch of voles, I would have done wolves because, again, the whole familial thing, Italian mafia, Cosa Nostra being a family, so familial tie. Do it as wolves. Do Raven as like consigliere. I think that would be really cool because, again, that ties into in nature we see wolves and ravens work together. Yeah, exactly. And they don't even deal with like how did they evolve. But it's only the predators evolved. If you notice that, only the predators evolved. The prey didn't have to change anything about themselves whatsoever. So, just bad messaging all over the place. Very bad messaging. And what's down here? What is this? I don't know what that is. Okay. Shame. Shame, 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 shame. But yeah, there you go, chat. Really long stream today. We had a lot to go through. And it was my fault for, like... There's so much stuff to talk about. There's more we could talk about, but man, we're going to get really nitpicky and in the weeds here. So, chat, I will not be here Wednesday. I'm emphasizing that again. I will not be here Wednesday. Saturday, we will be watching Zootopia 2. I don't know anything about it. All I know is there's a snake now. That's it. Because it's all over the box art and the cover and everything like that. I only know Zootopia 2 has a snake. That's it. That's all I know. Yeah. In the meantime, though, chat, hopefully you take care. Have a fantastic day. Stay safe and healthy. Get fit, get ripped. And I will see you back here tomorrow. I don't know what we're doing tomorrow, but we're going to do something. Yeah. Bye for now, everyone. Yeah. And hopefully, I don't know if I'll get more written, and we're 258 pages. We're coming near the end of the book. I've got 3 chapters left, because we're near the end of chapter 19. I've got 3 chapters left, and the book will be ready for editing and some rewrites, and it'll be good to go. Kind of like where Guardians of Nature is. So we're getting there, baby. We're getting there. Yeah. Bye for now, everyone.